not here, it goes to the.
Yeah, I think that's duty counselor, and then it would be, actually the procedures in the bylaws say it goes to you and then to acting or deputy, whatever you have, and then if somebody at the council chooses.
Okay. Okay.
So somebody could just volunteer to do it. It's fine.
Okay.
Guy behind me.
You. Just hate that when it's like, and I'm like, hey, how's it going?
You know what I mean?
Well, unless you're talking.
There was one the other day, and they're like, yeah, I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure I was in. I'm like, we need to sell me to council meeting.
Yeah.
Do we not want them in now?
You know what?
Got quorum here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, February 11th, 2020. First, I'd like to acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Thank for them for having cared for these lands for centuries, and it really has been a great privilege to get to know the local chiefs and councils and working together as we build this great city moving forward. Also want to take a minute to recognize the great contribution of our staff here at the City of Vancouver. I know we've heard great things. I was just in Ottawa last week, and lots of mayors were talking about all the innovation that comes out of our City Hall, our city civil service here. So congratulations and tip of the hat. They're very interested in what we're doing in the city. And with that in mind, can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. And we're going to start off with some fun stuff this morning. I've got a couple of proclamations, so I'm just going to move to the other podium. So good morning, everyone. Welcome today. We're pleased to kick off the 10-year anniversary of the 2010 Winter Olympics with a proclamation here at City Council. There's going to be a whole bunch of events and celebrations taking place over the next few weeks, and we encourage everyone to get out and enjoy the 10th anniversary. Here to receive the proclamation marking the 10-year anniversary of the 2010 Olympic Games, we have Charmaine Crooks. Hello, longest-standing VANOC 2010 board member and five-time athletics Olympian for Canada. And we have Tricia Smith, the president of the Canadian Olympic Committee and four-time Olympian in rowing. Thank you very much and welcome here today. I'm just going to read the proclamation and then have you come up and we can take some photos, and I'll be happy about all the work we've done and then what we've achieved over the 10 years. So the 10-year anniversary of the 2010 Winter Olympic Games Day. Whereas the 2010 Winter Olympic Games took place in Vancouver from the 12th of February to the 28th of February 2010, and countless partners rallied together in preparation for the Games, uniting the community and building the city we know and love today. And whereas, as a result of the 2010 Games, residents of Vancouver now have direct access to legacies, including a network of sporting facilities, better transit, expansive public art, and new thriving neighborhoods. And whereas, from inspiring the growth of winter sports across Canada to fueling lasting community, transport, and environmental improvements throughout the region, the Games yielded a legacy that stands strong today. And whereas the 2010 Games touched lives, inspired communities, put a spotlight on the Canadian spirit, and in the face of impossible odds and compelling adversity, showed the world what it means to be truly Canadian. And whereas the tangible benefits are easy to list, but there is no way to quantify the sense of national unity and pride that swept across Canada during the Games. And whereas the 2010 Games marked the first time in the history of the Olympics that Indigenous peoples were recognized as official partners, shaping the framework of Vancouver to become the city of reconciliation that it is today. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim February 12th, 2020 as the 10-year anniversary of the 2010 Winter Olympic Games Day in the City of Vancouver. Great. Excellent. So if I get folks to come up, and we'll do the first, and we have another special proclamation right after. Great, thank you. I'll just put just the two. Got this one here. Maybe we slide this back, maybe. All right. Thank you. Okay. We're also really pleased to have the opportunity to celebrate a local hero who has further cemented herself in the history books, becoming the world's all-time international goal scorer. Here to receive Here to receive the proclamation marking January 29th, 2020 as Christine Sinclair 185 Day, Canadian soccer legend and three-time Olympian Christine Sinclair. We're excited to host Christine and the women's national team here in Vancouver on April 14th when they will face Australia in a friendly at BC Place Stadium. And Christine is here today fresh off another successful Olympic qualifying campaign, confirming Canada's women's national team will compete in their fourth consecutive Olympics this summer in Tokyo. So I'll read the proclamation. It's pretty fun this morning, I gotta say. So, Christine Sinclair 185 Day. Whereas Christine Sinclair set the world's all-time international goal-scoring record at 185 on 29 January 2020 in the opening match of the 2020 Women's Olympic Qualifying Championship, and whereas having played over 20 seasons with the senior national team, Sinclair has played in 5 FIFA Women's World Cups, 3 Olympic football tournaments, and has been shortlisted for FIFA World Player of the Year 7 times. And whereas alongside setting the world's all-time international goal-scoring record, Sinclair also holds the Canadian international records for matches played, minutes played, assists, and wins. Can you believe this? I mean, this is incredible. That's not in the proclamation, but and whereas Vancouver has and continues to play host to many major events as the integral part of Sinclair's career and development as player in her hometown stadium, BC Place. And whereas Vancouver hosted the FIFA Women's World Cup Canada 2015, where Canada plays twice at BC Place Stadium, including over Switzerland to advance to the quarterfinals in front of a record-breaking crowd of almost 55,000 people. And whereas Canada earned the distinction of becoming the first Canadian team to win back-to-back medals at the Summer Olympic Games since 1908, and has well served the first ever Canadian women's summer team to repeat on the podium. And whereas now in her 21st international season, Christine Sinclair has scored more international A goals than any other player in the history of soccer, and is set to lead Canada's women's national team to their 4th consecutive Olympic Games at Tokyo 2020. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim January 29th, 2020 as Christine Sinclair 185 Day. You want to come up? Nice way to kick off the day, that's for sure. Now we'll get to the meat of things. So today we have 2 proclamations, which we just did, 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 2 items of unfinished business. We'll deal with up to 3 reports, 13 bylaws, 8 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. In terms of timing, we'll do our regular break at noon to 1 for lunch, and then we're 1 to 3, I believe, in camera. And then we'll finish by 5 p.m. due to the court of revision. And then the BIA is scheduled for 6 p.m. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority are under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone like to move a motion? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Second, Councillor Carr. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's great. So thanks very much. We've passed the camera motion. We have a whole bunch of minutes to read into the record here. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the council meeting of January 21st, 2020. Any corrections? Nope. Someone like to move? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the public hearing of January 21st and 28th. Any corrections? Okay, I have a mover. Councillor Blythe, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's passed. Thank you. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the council meeting following the standing committee of city finances and services meeting of January 22nd and 28th. Any corrections? A mover. Councillor Hardwick, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Minutes 4 are the minutes of the public hearing of January 23rd and 30th. Any corrections? Nope. I have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All in favor? Any opposed? It's passed. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to move to the consent agenda. Councillor, sorry. Part of the script here. So we have 3 reports on the agenda for consideration. We'll hold report 4 from the consent agenda as we have speakers. We can move the recommendation and the reports collectively in a single motion. And if you want to hold one of them, could you put yourself on the queue while I get my pen? I don't see anybody on the queue. So, okay, thanks very much. Seconder, any conflict of interest on any of the items? Nope. So all in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you very much. I'll read the titles of the items adopted on consent. Okay. We have the funding application to UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. The second item is the authority to enter into contract with Veterans Affairs. The third is the 2020 street cleaning grants. And the fourth one has been held because we have people here to speak to it. Okay. So we have one presentation today, the Retail Commercial District Small Business Study. And I think Gail Kelly's here. Are you going to introduce things? Okay, great. And then we'll have questions afterwards. After this. The bylaws will come after the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Gil Kelly, General Manager for Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. I'll just admit up front, I'm not sure we can match the star power of your earlier guests.
Very inspiring, that's for sure.
Nonetheless, Mayor, we all city staff appreciate your acknowledgement of the work of city staff. So hope to live up to that today. I'm going to introduce this very briefly and then turn it over to Matthew Burke, who heads up our economic development section. Just to put this in a bit of context, we came to you last month and gave you pretty complete first phase update of our work on the larger employment, lands, and economy review. And we signaled in that presentation that stabilizing the environment for and providing eventual growth capacity for small business, including neighborhood retail, was a key objective, one of 5 in that work we brought to you. So today we wanted to follow up and dial in on that topic and present you the first phase of our investigation, where we have worked with the BIAs to select 6 neighborhood retail areas and really try to get an understanding of what is going on there for retail. And Matt will describe that work to you. I would just let you know that we are doing a second round of more detailed data and information gathering on this topic. But we wanted to come today with you with a bit of a preview and a kind of a picture of what we see are the major challenges facing retail based on our look at those 6 districts. So we'll be expanding that work when we come back to you and report in mid-year as part of that larger economy study. As Matt will describe, we found 7 key challenges that are facing small businesses. These won't be a surprise to you, but they are confirmed by these conversations and this investigation. So Matt will focus part of his presentation on that. So with that brief intro, I will just turn it right over to Matthew Burke. Matt?
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Burke, Senior Planner in our Citywide and Regional Planning Group. And here today with my colleague, Mr. Peter Vaisbord, who's the head of our Business Improvement Associations program. And we're going to present a project update on the city's retail, commercial, small business study. I'd like to start off by saying that small independent business is a very important part of the city's economy. These businesses help to maintain a local culture of entrepreneurship and innovation and provide employment opportunities for a wide range of our workers in the city. In addition, our neighborhood shopping streets are important because they help to foster a sense of place and community connection while also providing opportunities for residents to meet their daily needs close to home. This work is connected to the climate emergency response big moves that Council approved last year. For example, Big Move 1 requires that by 2030, 90% of residents live within an easy walk or roll of their daily needs. So given the importance of the ongoing viability and health of independent businesses and neighborhood shopping streets in our city, staff worked with our BIA partners to initiate a study with 3 goals: to assess the state of small independent business in the city, measure change in 6 representative neighborhood shopping districts, and develop a methodology for maintaining a dashboard to track change on an ongoing basis. As mentioned, the study was conducted in close collaboration with BIA leadership, and it did involve quantitative and qualitative analysis. For example, the BIA leaders played a very important role in helping us to set up workshops with local businesses, local business operators in each of the 6 study areas. This work we could not do this work without the continued support of our BIA partners, and I wanted to extend a sincere thank you on behalf of the staff team. In terms of our initial findings, we found that while there has not been a significant increase in chain businesses replacing independents in most of our study areas, vacant storefronts have become more prominent in many of the study areas. The presentation today is a project update report on the findings in those 6 representative areas. And as mentioned by Mr. Kelly, the staff team is moving forward with additional data collection, and we will be bringing forward more information to Council later this year. In terms of next steps, the findings from this project are forming important inputs to the Employment Lands and Economy Review project and the Vancouver Plan process that was launched last year. And through both those processes, we're certainly hearing about the importance of small business in our city. And through the Employment Lands and Vancouver Plan processes, we'll be bringing forward policy ideas to further support small business in our city. So in terms of the retail commercial small business study, Council did receive this information that you're going to see today as a memo from staff in the late fall, and we are happy to be here to present it in person and respond to any questions you might have. The challenges affecting small business are wide-ranging, as you know, and they impact the work of staff in many departments beyond just planning, design, and sustainability. We have staff here from other departments to assist in answering any questions you might have. Additionally, we have members of our consulting team here who have helped us with the initial work on this file. We have Justin Breyer from Urban Systems, Mr. Louis Silverberg from Commercial Marketing Incorporated, as well as Don Mussenden from Lee and Associates. And they're here to help answer any technical questions you have about the work so far. And finally, we have Michelle Barile here from the BIA Partnership to provide a short address to Council on behalf of the partnership following the staff presentation. So in terms of an overview outline, we're going to give you an overview of what the Retail Commercial Small Business Study is all about and what the goals of the study were, the findings to date, and then finish up with next steps. So as mentioned, the trends and key challenges that we're learning through this work are serving as important input to the Employment Lands and Economy Review Project and the broader Vancouver Plan process. Council, as Mr. Kelly noted, Council received a project update report on the Employment Lands project earlier this year. That project identified 5 key challenge areas, as noted on the slide, that will need to be addressed through future work. The focus of today's presentation is around key challenge 3, the viability of small independent business in Vancouver. Through the Retail Commercial Study, we're learning about all of the wide range of challenges that are affecting small business, and these are being incorporated into the policy development work that's underway through the interdepartmental staff teams, as well as working with stakeholders in the community as part of the Employment Lands process. As noted on the slide, the next report back on the Employment Lands project would come forward to Council for consideration later this year. As I mentioned, we're also working closely with the consultant team and the BIA leadership to develop updated data on business change and vacancy in key study areas, and we anticipate bringing forward a report with updated 2020 data and analysis later this year. We're also investigating options for ongoing monitoring of our retail and commercial areas, and it's anticipated that the next report to Council would include additional details regarding the next steps for expanding our data collection and monitoring efforts. So, why study retail commercial areas? The need for this study emerged out of public and business community concern regarding closures of independent small businesses and storefront vacancies. There were perceived impacts on neighborhood character and diversity, shopping area vibrancy, and the resilience of our local shopping streets. The Vancouver BIA Partnership and the City agreed on the need for better data to better understand small business trends prior to undertaking any policy work or other initiatives. There were 3 main goals of the study. The first was to gauge the health and viability of independent small business by studying business change in 6 representative areas. Second was to recommend a methodology and indicators for regular data tracking to allow us to track trends over time and over the long term and provide the city with the information it needs to identify and respond to issues. And the third goal was to identify priority areas for future work. So with that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Peter Vaisbord, to tell you what we found so far.
Good morning. This study focused on street-oriented retail commercial businesses, colored orange on the map. The map is that one. The 6 representative BIA areas were selected in consultation with BIA leadership. The areas are Collingwood, Commercial Drive, Hastings North, Marpole, South Granville, and West Broadway. The study areas were intended to provide a geographic balance across the city, as well as a mix of areas evidencing apparent change or stability. Those criteria included north-south coverage, east-west coverage, 4 areas evidencing recent change, including 2 community plan areas, 2 apparently stable areas, and also we wanted to look at relatively similar zoning across the areas for consistency. Methodology. The project methodology had 2 phases: quantitative data collection and analysis of change in each study area, and qualitative data from business engagement in each study area. Phase 1, quantitative analysis. In the first phase of the study, the quantitative data and analysis of change involved the following: inventories of street-level retail commercial businesses in each area, comparison of existing data sets, and comparison of baseline versus current data. Qualitative data. Qualitative input on business challenges and the reasons for those challenges in each study area was conducted through multiple business engagement methods, including facilitated roundtables in each area, paper and online surveys, and one-on-one interviews with business owners, landlords, leasing agents, and others. Defining small independent business. In order to define small independent business, the following Statistics Canada definition was adopted for the purposes of the study. A chain is an organization operating 4 or more outlets in the same industry class under the same legal ownership at any time during the survey year. Therefore, for the purposes of this study, a small independent business is one that operates 3 or fewer outlets. Current snapshot, initial data. Overall, initial data from the study indicates that approximately 70% of storefronts in the 6 study areas collectively were occupied by independent businesses. 20% were occupied by chain businesses, 9% of storefronts were vacant, and 1% were in the development process. However, initial data also indicates that the current business mix varies significantly by area. For example, the proportion of independents in South Granville was 47%, compared to Commercial Drive's 80%. Change over time. Regarding the ratio of independents versus chains, there is no consistent pattern among the 6 study areas. Over time, the percentage of chains was relatively stable, but the percentage of independents decreased in 5 of the 6 areas, most notably South Granville, where there was an 11% decrease. By contrast, the percentage of independents in Marpole marginally increased. Change in property ownership. On average, between 2012 and 2019, there has been a general decrease in properties owned by individuals, decrease of 6%, and by business owner-operators, a decrease in 16%. This is compared with properties owned by development companies, where there was an increase in 71%, increase of 71%. Oops. Vacancy rates. The consulting team retained for this study has advised that a 10% storefront vacancy rate, indicated by the dashed red line on the right hand of the screen, is generally considered the threshold level above which a retail commercial district is considered healthy. In the respective baseline years, all of the 6 study areas were within the healthy range. The lowest being South Granville, with 2% vacancy, and the highest having been Marpole and Hastings North, both at 9% vacancy. By comparison, in 2019, 4 of the 6 areas had vacancy rates above 10%. Notably, vacancies in South Granville increased from 2% in the baseline period to 11% in 2019, an increase of 9%, mirroring the decrease in Independence. By contrast, two areas, Commercial Drive and Collingwood, were stable, with vacancy rates of 4% and 5%, respectively. Business challenges. Engagement with businesses in each of the 6 study areas revealed the following key challenges. 1, affordability, property taxes, assessments, and lease rates. Increasing assessment values and rising property taxes top the list of business concerns in many areas. Businesses report this burden against the backdrop of other tax increases and rising lease rates, all of which drive up the cost of doing business. 2, public realm, safety, placemaking, and place quality. Businesses are generally concerned with the ambience and interest of the street, given vacant storefronts and business turnover in some areas. Also, physical maintenance of public spaces and improving real and perceived safety are key issues for many businesses. Parking, streets, access, and transit. The continued availability of on-street parking was deemed to be very important for many businesses, especially those in low-density neighborhoods. Improved transit and walking routes were also considered to be important in many areas. 4, permitting and licensing, time and complexity. The complexity and time needed to process permits and licenses were cited as key business concerns. 5, labor costs, employee recruitment and retention. The cost and availability of local labor was a top concern for businesses, given low unemployment rates and high costs of living. 6, leasing issues, triple net provisions, and demolition clauses. The practice of triple net lease agreements, where tenants pay the property owner's costs associated with building repair, maintenance, insurance, and property taxes, was a concern for businesses. Demolition clauses were also raised as a concern, given the pace of redevelopment in some areas. 7, changing neighborhood demographics. Businesses noted the importance of population density and other demographic factors in supporting the viability of neighborhood shopping areas. Next steps. Integration into the Employment Lands and Economy Review. The City launched the Employment Lands and Economy Review in January 2019. The review is providing the City with an opportunity to take stock of the local economy through comprehensive engagement, research, and data analysis, and consideration of related initiatives, providing foundational information for the citywide plan process approved by Council in summer 2019. Earlier this year, staff presented a project update report to Council, identifying key learnings to date. The key challenges facing small independent businesses in neighborhood shopping areas were highlighted in the report project update and will inform future policy work through the second phase of the review and the Vancouver Plan processes. Retail Study Phase 2. Expansion of data collection and tracking is already underway. Going forward, staff will continue to work closely with the BIAs and others to expand data collection work to include additional study areas and providing a more robust baseline of information to identify trends. Information collected will be compiled into a dashboard for ongoing tracking in order to identify and respond to observed trends as needed. And we will be coming back later in the year with details and timing. Thank you. I'd like to now introduce Michelle Barile, West Broadway BIA, one of the study areas, on behalf of the Vancouver BIA Partnership, who will be making some brief remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll try to be brief. And thank you for that Breakfast of Champions. That was amazing. I also want to thank the retail study team, the city staff, council. A side note, thanks to Margaret and Lisa from the engineering team that we love to partner with as well. So the study is important. To state the obvious, we believe on behalf of the Vancouver BIA partnership, it's an integral part of planning for our city. Funding is essential to continue the work that has been done. So 6 areas have been studied, but there are 22 BIAs, and we need the support for our local small business neighborhoods. Specifically monitoring the vacancy rates and the trends impacting small businesses' viability and their ability to survive. The study provides essential data to develop workable and timely policies for property taxes, permitting and licensing, and clean and safe. Businesses noted these factors are impacting their viability and ability to survive. We believe that these are areas that are within the jurisdiction and control of the city, and by working together, we can help make a difference in these areas. The study provides the data that we need to help develop these policies, continue to develop them, and implement them. And just on an individual note for West Broadway, when we first met with the study consultants at our board meeting, it was fantastic from the start. They were such a memory bank. They had amazing intel. It's been very valuable to work with them. We hosted a retail study session in our area, and we heard some great things, and we heard some not great things, and I call it the support group and the challenge group. And it's really, really valuable to hear it and to be able to do something about it. So I'm very excited for the same opportunity for my colleagues throughout Vancouver. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burile. That concludes the presentation. We're ready for questions.
Great, thanks very much. I've got a whole bunch of folks on the list here, so we'll put Councillor Wiebe first. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Wiebe, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the report. You talked about the climate goals having the daily needs met in the regions. Do we map out what are the daily needs of a community and what neighborhoods have met those components? Is that part of our study, or is it something we could look forward to in all 22 BIAs, recognizing which ones are delivering the daily needs in a walkable community?
Yes. So as part of that work program and the Vancouver Plan, we are looking at it in that way.
Okay. Second, it talked about the development process having a couple percentage of why storefronts are empty. I'm just wondering if that includes all the businesses that are currently going through long permitting processes. I know there's a lot of communities that have a lot of empty storefronts, but they have a business owner waiting to open, but they're having troubles with change of use, permitting, relaxation of parking, or any of those. So do we know what percentage of empty storefronts are actually going through the current process here at City Hall?
Right. So the data that was shown on the slide and in the memo is based on visual observations by the consultant team walking the streets and identifying projects that are under redevelopment or obvious redevelopment. So it doesn't necessarily encapsulate all of what you're explaining, but we did hear loud and clear through the qualitative research that is a major issue that needs to be that we need to do better on. We do have a staff from DBL here to provide you with more on that.
So is there an opportunity for us to link how many empty storefronts are going through the process so that we can better understand how we can ensure that as a City Hall, we're providing the services to open up those businesses?
Yeah, I think so. Like what we're proposing and explaining today is a storefront by storefront methodology of tracking over time. And so we can link that to our permit files. We haven't done that at this point, though.
Okay, and then another one you talked about is that the storefront vacancy has continued to increase. I'm just wondering, have we looked at an empty commercial registry or some sort of vacancy registry where people would pay if they're leaving their storefront empty, recognizing what it does to the overall business community when you do have empty storefronts, because they're not sweeping out front, they're not involved in the vibrancy. So I'm wondering, are we looking at kind of an empty storefront registry or taxation that would allow for us to really recognize a fund that could help kind of invigorate some of these neighborhoods?
So we have, we know that there are very many reasons for vacancy. Could have to do with the neighborhood anchor changing, could have to do with changing demographics in the broader area. So there's lots of reasons why storefronts can turn over and become vacant for periods. So we're not really there yet. We're definitely looking at what other cities are working on. But we are trying to get ahead of it in terms of the data on a storefront by storefront basis.
Okay, and then on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, we're starting to see some neighborhoods really start to creep up way over the 10%, West Point Grey. So what are we doing as a city to try to support those neighborhoods that are getting to points where it's really difficult when most of your neighbors have kind of started to leave and it gets to a really kind of critical point?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. We are, looking at that through the employment lands process, looking at the different options, looking at, how we can support businesses. We have the Commercial Renovations Center project underway to help, accelerate permits to get folks in there who want to be in there. Looking at that through the employment lands project. Yeah.
Okay, and we get a lot of rezonings that are seeing commercial properties in those projects, kind of the 4 or 5 stories, base floor would be residential. Or retail? Do we have kind of what the metrics are of how many retail we want to open, what neighborhoods are needing retail? Because we get a lot of zonings that have retail as a component, and we're just wondering, what is the needs? Because we know we're looking at this much rental we're looking for at the city. Do we have kind of a plan on how much retail space we want to open in square footage? I know we've seen it for office space. I'm just wondering, what is our strategy as a city for commercial?
Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's a really important question. I think that in the interim, before we complete the Vancouver plan, this is a major topic, which is what makes a complete neighborhood, including that walk-to service. We'll be doing a lot more of those metrics. In the interim, we think it's a healthy thing to continue to promote, encourage, and in some cases require that ground floor retail in the neighborhood retail areas, because that space will ultimately, the greatest likelihood will be that it is demanded by future population. And if you mentioned some of the neighborhoods where population is presently declining, but part of the infill housing strategy and part of the work under the complete neighborhoods rubric in the Vancouver plan is to see population return to those neighborhoods.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for the work on this. I'm excited to get to the next step in terms of solutions, but I want to ask a couple of questions just to kind of get a sense of where you think we're going. And that's really around what kind of solutions and policy changes and opportunities we might be bringing forward. So picking up on Councillor Weeb's question, I had a similar one around empty storefronts. Would we be looking at possibly any type of incentive around empty storefronts, such as if leases are extended to arts groups for periods of time, that just similar to how we enable developers to have community gardens, that if they have a storefront that they know is going to be vacant for a period of time and could provide that for time limited to an arts organization? Are we looking at those kinds of strategies to
right? So interim uses as on projects that are up for redevelopment, that type of thing. That's absolutely something that's kind of on the list as one of the ideas that we're looking at. Yeah.
So we could. So you're saying we could have a chance to marry that shortage of affordable or available space for arts production, as well as trying to combat that vibrancy and that feeling that happens to the streets when we have those empty storefronts and the sense of place starts to go down.
Yes, yeah, okay. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Are we also looking at considering things like policy incentives or levers around, on the development side, around smaller storefronts that support walkable communities that are appropriate for, say, your local, the saying goes, your butcher, your baker, your shoemaker. So are we looking at mandating that potentially around, or incenting potentially around smaller storefronts that would be more affordable for smaller businesses?
That's definitely something we've heard, that small is beautiful and diverse a diversity of storefronts along in a mixed-use building is preferred, and that's something that we can look at. The policy changes that are coming forward through the C2 zoning update have a minimum requirement for commercial and minimum ceiling heights. So we are making moves to improve the quality of commercial space that we're getting in new projects.
Okay, and you mentioned that the research was both qualitative and quantitative, and a lot of what you share with us in the update is quantitative. So can you share us qualitatively, what did you hear from some of the participants around what they thought were some potential solutions or opportunities?
Sure. So we really just heard a lot about the 7 key challenges around affordability, parking, and public realm, and issues like that. Triple net leases and the implications for the unbuilt density and the taxation was a loud and clear #1 issue that we heard, for example.
Thanks, and I appreciate the issues. I guess I'm wondering too, did you hear anything from them more around solutions or opportunities or ideas that they had?
Yeah. And so we definitely heard support for the proposal to that's with the province in terms of the commercial subclass.
The split tax assessment that Vancouver's been advocating for? Okay. And what else did you hear?
Maybe I'll bring up Peter. Thank you, Peter.
I should note that the focus of the study really was on challenges and what trends we're seeing. So we wanted to create an understanding of what's really happening. And the next phase is to understand what kind of proposals or policy change we might make. So we really didn't get into policy at this stage of the process. This is a report about change and the reasons for it.
Okay. And I was looking at slide 11, for example, and you see quite a stark difference with South Granville relative to the other study areas. And would you say, is it a fair interpretation that as sort of the land becomes more expensive, we see that corresponding decrease in independent business? So therefore, we will anticipate seeing more of this without changes to policy to try to combat it?
That's certainly one of the inferences that was made in the study, noting, though, that those changes or those vacancy rates are snapshots, and retail is volatile, and it changes quite rapidly. And so we really need to distinguish short-term churn, which you might be picking up at any one particular snapshot, and what the longer-term trends are. So we'll be monitoring those trends to make sure that we're seeing real trends rather than a short-term change.
Okay, and I wasn't referring so much to vacancy in that comment, but more to, I'm looking at slide 11, which relates to the percentage of independent business versus chain, not the amount of vacancy or the churn per se. It's more of the composition of business. The composition,
yeah, exactly. Well, we are again, there was not a lot of change except in South Granville where you had that change, and we noticed that it wasn't really an increase in chains we saw in South Granville, but a decrease in independents. And that was reflected, mirrored by the number of vacancies. So,
okay, that's
it. That's the 5 minutes. Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Some of my questions are similar. So I'm also curious about, are we tracking the types of spaces that our small and independent businesses are in versus the chains in terms of how it could impact policy for new developments?
Sure. Yes. So the square footage is one of the columns in the database. Yeah.
And are there other pieces of what makes those spaces good for small businesses that other indicators or measurements that we're looking at?
Sure. Maybe for that one, I will turn it over to someone, maybe to Louis from the project team, our expert in what makes good retail.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Council, one of the things that we're tracking in walking the neighborhoods relates to a couple of things. One is the size of the storefront is part of it, and the size of the storefront also in relationship to having contiguous retail. So in other words, if you have smaller storefronts, but you're interrupted with a parking lot or some other problem on the block, then that creates a problem. There's certain sizes for retail that, for certain stores, that is optimal. We've learned over the years that older buildings, sometimes with very deep storefronts or very deep premises, 110, 120 square feet, make it very difficult for a small business because you end up having to demise at 70 or 80 feet, and then you're dealing with something that looks like an L shape on the adjacent property.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful, thanks.
Great, thank you.
I'm also curious if we're looking at what we could do to support the ability of existing small businesses where the space is being redeveloped to return into the new development. I know my credit union on the Drive relocated for a couple years while the building was rebuilt with the plan that they would return.
Sure. So that is something that we could take a look at through the policy phase, through the next steps. Yeah.
Okay. And my last two questions are probably also related to the next phase. So I'm curious if we have looked at the possibility of a vacant storefront tax as one way of incentivizing having other uses in those empty spaces.
So I guess, as I mentioned in response to a similar question earlier, there are a lot of things that are contributing to change and vacancy. And we're trying to get a better handle on that through the data collection work and working with the expert consultants and working with the community and talking to the landlords and identifying, what's happening. And so we're not really there right now in terms of that type of proposal, but it is something that it's on the list, and we're looking to connect with other cities about where they're at with that conversation as well. I think in terms of what we're doing with the data collection and getting straight on what's happening, we're in early days on that, but we will be in a very good place with that information as we go forward, and it helps us to make those types of decisions.
Okay, so a vacant storefront tax is on the list of things that will be looked at in the next phase?
Yes, it could be. There's a long list.
Okay, sure. The other thing I'm wondering if is on that list is if we're looking at the type of formula business ordinance that San Francisco has in terms of supporting and incentivizing local businesses over global chains.
So again, I know these answers might be a little bit frustrating. It's very complex, right? There are, what we're hearing from some stakeholders is that chains and anchor tenants as chains are good for the area and help to bring people in, and then people go to the mom and pops. So it's very nuanced and complex kind of challenge. But that is something that we can, dig into further and bring back as part of the next report.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I'm glad that the question was asked about the vacant storefront tax. I just wonder if that, if perhaps that we could run into issues with quote unquote loopholes where a building owner perhaps, could incorporate a holdings company and could open a retail business that uses the space but didn't have any particular hours. Just looking at our bylaws for our businesses and understanding the extensive of the bylaws beyond 3575 that I didn't know until our city manager enlightened me this weekend with an email in regards to some council questions. So looking at our bylaws that we currently have, anyone who owns property could register a business and go into an empty space like that. Is that correct? If we were to have a vacant storefront tax.
Sure, I'm sure there are many, like the empty homes tax, many scenarios that would need to be drilled into with the view to, try to make sure that you have a workable system, and we would have to do that if we started to go down that road with the council.
Okay, and right now our staff, is that a consideration staff is making to go down that road?
So as I mentioned, we are in the data collection early days phase, definitely trying to understand better what's happening, what's driving vacancy, and collecting that information to be able to make those judgments on a storefront by storefront data collection basis. We'll be in a good place.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Should also mention that a number worldwide as well as across Canada, vacancy is is arising as an issue. Toronto has just done a retail study at the same time we are, so we're in a position to compare their information and to talk to them about what they might want to do moving forward. And recently, we saw an article about Montreal also facing the same issue, so we're almost kind of ahead of the curve.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, a question on communities that Vancouver recognizes with cultural heritage or status. For instance, I think about Chinatown and some of the zoning changes that happened there when small businesses came out to speak to us, specifically on how that downzoning could affect their small business. If they own the building, it could affect the financial situation that some of these legacy businesses, as I remember them being called, would put them in. I was just hoping that you might be able to elaborate a little bit on that and what we're doing to consider the needs of those businesses, but also welcome other businesses outside of that cultural context to communities. How do we balance that?
Turn this one over to my colleague, Mr. Tom Wanklin.
Mayor, Council, Tom Wanklin, Senior Planner for Chinatown, Downtown Eastside. Thank you for the question. We had a study on legacy businesses prepared a year ago. We have been following this retail study now citywide with a great deal of interest. What we are doing in the interim is working with the BIA and other business community members in the Legacy Stewardship Group working group to devise possible supports program to assist the smaller businesses. We're also, with your approval, providing Downtown Eastside capital funds through one of the BIAs to support benevolent societies to renovate their small commercial spaces and lease those out again after having been closed and vacant for sometimes as long as 10 years. So we are trying to intervene as best we can.
Thank you very much. So a very simple follow-up question is, the two groups are working together?
Yes.
Okay, that's. I wanted to make sure that was a consideration. Yes. And it's good to see you here, Mr. Wanklin. I thought that was the case, but wanted to ask that question.
Yes.
Thank you. Another question that I have is, are we going outside of Vancouver to communities that may have faced issues such as Vancouver and looking at what they've done to be successful in being able to retain and help and empower small local businesses? And if so, what communities are those?
Sure. Well, we definitely, have that resource through our expert consultant team in terms of their work that they've done across many cities. And I guess I would maybe call someone up, maybe Mr. Silverberg again, or...
I have less than 10 seconds.
Oh, well, we do. We have access to that
to
resource, and we can bring back that type of information in the next report. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to make a few statements or comments following up on other councillors' questions. So on the empty store tax, I am interested in seeing you pursue this, but I would love to see information come back whenever it lands again on the council table that differentiates the small businesses that own their properties versus those that rent, and the different impacts that it might have based on that. And I do see the parallel with the empty home tax. We have seen that result in more rentals, so that's where my curiosity arises. Secondly, regarding the point that Councillor Wiebe raised around complete neighborhoods, that's part of our climate action. Like, this is a big part. It's one of our bold moves in climate action. So again, coming back to us, if you could give us because the local serving retail is anchoring most of our complete neighborhoods. I mean, in the future, it's going to be critical. So if you could come back to us with how we make sure that happens. It's very hard to determine or to say we would like these stores there because it's the private market, but anything you've got around how that can, how we can help shape that happen is great. Thirdly, in terms of the smaller storefronts, and Mr. Wanklin knows that I was at those Chinatown meetings where it was local people saying, make them smaller. But I also have talked to the Robson BIA that says, for the global market, we need larger storefronts and big spaces, right? So if you could, again, come back to us with an analysis of which neighborhoods are more appropriate for the smaller storefronts versus the larger storefronts, I'd be
Great. That's definitely something we're working on with colleagues in terms of the typologies that might be appropriate in different neighborhoods. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So back to questions. Specifically, why do the Commercial Drive and Collingwood neighborhoods stay stable?
That's a great question. We've asked the consultants that as well. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Silverberg to take that one.
There was a couple of questions earlier that maybe I can answer as well. One is, yes, there was over the years that I've inventoried and monitored retail in the city, we've noticed that businesses that own their own properties have been able to survive competition and a lot of the market changes that haven't happened. A good example would be prior to Home Depot opening in Vancouver. And there was a number of smaller hardware stores where they owned their own property, they were able to withstand the competition. In terms of building design and storefront size, the one thing that stood out through our work is that one size doesn't fit all, and that retail breaks into a number of categories, and each of these categories has a life cycle. So, and this became very instructive for us as we began to think about and compare our research and our information with other cities. So one of the points that we came up with that we thought was quite important, and we're glad we have an opportunity to share it with you, is that being able to design for flexibility and convertibility in a space as retail in different categories cycle is a very important consideration. So, and we know that certain businesses have certain depths, certain height requirements. There was a study out of San Francisco where Director of Planning was recommending 13-foot frontages. So all of these things were very informative for us as we, proceeded and did this work. I hope.
That's very interesting. I think I'm out of time.
Great. You've got another, actually you get 30 seconds, but that's okay.
Oh, I do have 30 seconds.
Yeah,
okay, wait a second. I have one last question. And that is around the point raised around changing neighborhood demographics. You noted population density, and then you said other demographics. What are the other demographics that you have determined have led to some difficulties?
Well, one thing we noticed in Point Grey, for example, is that actually family size is decreasing with children leaving the home and residents maybe property who are rich or whatever, and so there's less spending. So you've got a combined population of low density. The retail anchor's gone because all of the student business, not enough income or people left in the neighborhood to support the street. So that's just one example.
Thanks very much, and that's the 5. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Order where we get.
Okay.
Thanks very much for the presentation. It's an exciting conversation that we're in. And I think we've heard through our questions there's this urgency, right, to get to some solutions. Probably fair to say none of us are overly surprised at the outcome of the data, but I appreciate data is super important and to move to that next stage. So I wonder if we have any idea how many people are employed in each individual area that we studied.
Well, we could definitely pull that from the census population and jobs by block data that we have. So
yeah, I think that would be information to come back because it talks about the viability, I think, the economic viability of these neighborhoods. They employ people of all different levels of income. And it's very important, I would say, to the way that the city is able to thrive for many different people, that we know exactly how many jobs could be at stake if we're not able to start to impact in a positive way, and also what the risk is. I think it's part of the risk. Thank you. And then my question around tracking length of time a property was vacant. I think we've heard different similar sentiments to other questions, which is essentially vacant properties. We've heard from business owners that landlords or neighboring business owners, landlords will intentionally keep a property vacant because it's simpler if they have a plan to develop it or sell it off in the future, then they don't have to deal with business tenants and things like that. We've heard that. I've heard that. And then, so how long a property stays vacant, and also how long a business is able to stay in business in any one of these areas before having to close. So sometimes different BIAs will have more businesses that close sort of on more attrition, essentially, and I wonder if we track that data.
So that's what we're proposing to start to do in a very robust way, is to track that, storefront by storefront over time.
So what tools does the city have that will, in our toolbox, that would be able to, as one example, we would be able to pull as a lever to influence that, just sort of off the top of...
Sure. Well, definitely advocacy, right, and the impact of the unbuilt density in terms of the property tax volatility from a year to year is a big part of this. And if we're able to make changes to that process, it could be a major game changer in terms of.
You mean advocating to the province?
Yeah.
So that's well underway, but I wonder, because we're in this initial start or initial stages of collecting data, it's a lot of time, energy, resources, effort going into this. That advocacy is already happening over here. I wouldn't say that that's sort of one of the tools in our toolbox that we're going to be able to...
The data will help to make a very real case for what's happening, though, I guess, right?
Okay, is there any other?
Um,
I'm thinking incentivizing businesses, zoning changes, relaxations, things that we can actually do.
So one of the other things that we could look at is the size of storefronts, right, and keeping them small so that they work for a wider range of businesses, smaller businesses. That's one thing that's definitely within the city. The regulation of the architecture is definitely in our toolbox, for example.
I see there's another comment, perhaps.
One other thing we could consider is supporting business areas and BIAs by helping them with retail mix analysis, and helping them look at the gaps and help with retail recruitment and retention by understanding their market and helping them bring in new businesses and retain existing ones. We've already implemented.
How does city do that? Sorry to cut you off. I don't have much time. I just, from your expertise, so from your seat as helping us gather this data, that I appreciate from a consultancy standpoint, that really makes a lot of sense. But from a city municipal government, I'm curious how those two would tie together.
Yeah, well, one of them is education, to help BIAs understand that a good expense of their budgets would be to do that retail mix and to engage with consultants like the ones here to help them do that retail recruitment and retention. We may be able to provide some support here to do some of that work as well. We haven't really looked at that yet, but...
Can I ask you a quick question since you're here? Do you appreciate that? Do you have any examples where cities have been able to effectively incentivize change?
Not sure I understand the question.
So, for example, we have our climate goals, and we have businesses that are taking it upon themselves financially to meet those climate goals and others that are not.
We're out of time now. We're at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
It'd be interesting to have that information come back.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Good morning. Interesting and encouraging work. Thank you. I noted that the number one concern was affordability. And so the questions that I have are around that. As included in that affordability were increasing taxes. We've been hearing a lot of tax-related questions around the room. So on this project, in terms of the scope of the project, how many staff are working on this?
There's Mr. Peter Baseboard. He's our planner too, responsible for the BIA program. He's the project manager for this with the consultant team. There's about four people on the consultant team.
Okay, so that was, so I'm trying to understand, DBL was mentioned as well as planning, as well as specific.
Right, so in terms of the future work and where we might go with our policy ideas, that's definitely, an interdepartmental effort that requires tech teams and staff from other departments.
But not everybody specifically on this project that is drawing.
That's right. So they would be called into bi-weekly meetings with preparation to help us to advance the ideas.
Very good. And how many consultants are there?
There's 4. One team.
But are they different firms? Or are they?
Yes, under Urban Systems is the lead firm.
I see. And what's the budget for external consultants?
I just want to be sure about this. Okay. So the first phase that got us to this point was 100,000, and phase 2 is another 100.
Great. Thank you very much. Just mindful of additional costs adding to the affordability conundrum. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. I'm just curious, in the study, did you look at re-tenanting, so in new developments, sort of how quickly those the retail spaces are re-tenanted? Because my observation is that we've had some new purpose-built rentals and others. They have the space for retail, but they sit empty for a year, a couple of years. I'm just curious if there's any, if you guys looked at that. And
Sure. I think, again, I'd like to ask Mr. Silverberg to take a shot at answering kind of what the dynamics are there in terms of when a new building is built and, landlord decisions in terms of picking up the first tenant.
Thank you for your question. A lot of the decisions in terms of locational decisions by retailers is a function of rent. And often they do a very simple calculation, which is a rent-to-sales ratio, where they try and determine whether or not over the next 5 years they will be able to survive. For example, if a rent exceeds 20% of their the rent-to-sales ratio is 20%, then probably they're going to have a difficulty staying in that location. What we find is the ability to pay rent, and and you see this in shopping centers where percentage rents vary by use. It's the same on the street, in that the capacity for different types, retail categories to pay rent will vary by category. So, for example, perhaps specialty coffee can pay a higher rent than a greengrocer. And so what we see in areas that we're working in is as the rents go up, the type of tenant mix you have changes accordingly in terms of those businesses that are able to accommodate that rent-to-sales ratio.
thank you. That's
Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. A couple of follow-through questions. I think my question around storefronts and the footprint was addressed, and I gather that is something we're actively looking at in the context of this study, is sort of more micro units and even including in new developments.
Right, and how different areas, would require different consideration, right?
Okay, thank you. And then a couple more questions. Just one around, in the context of small business and what people are looking for in terms of diversity so that they can walk in their neighborhoods to get their groceries, other things. Are we looking at distancing requirements around vape shops and cash loan businesses at all? I know we've had it around cannabis, but I'm just curious about those particular businesses.
That wasn't really part of the scope of this, and I'd imagine we possibly already have regulations like that. I'm not really we can.
It can be taken away. I don't need. I'm just
take
curious
that one away.
if maybe staff could circle back with me later. And then my last question, or two questions, is one around public realm was identified as a challenge for small businesses, and I gather that the BIAs have been advocating for looking at ways that they can support public realm and space making through potentially cost sharing of parking revenue or a surcharge on, and I'm just curious if that's being looked at. And then I have one last question.
Turn it over to my colleague from engineering.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Margaret Whitkins from Engineering, and thank you for raising the partnership program that we have in place with the Business Improvement Associations. It's one that's very much under development right now, with the goal being that we have mechanisms to understand what BIA priorities are and then can work through our both established programs as well as potentially through special projects in order to ensure that we're addressing their needs. They have brought forward the idea of parking revenue being kind of the funding source for this type of initiative. And from a city perspective, our goal is to first focus on understanding what the needs are and then move to the step of evaluating what the funding sources might be. Because parking revenue obviously goes into general revenue and is subscribed across a variety of purposes already. And so we would want to make sure that we understand, what the objectives are so that we can determine the most appropriate funding source for it. But it's very much an active partnership and conversation that we have underway.
Okay, that's great. I look forward to sort of updates on that, not necessarily formally here, but yeah, that's great. And then last question is just around this is obviously a specific project. And so what are the timelines? And this is probably, which is a general question, is around, we talk about sort of the expansion of data collection and ongoing monitoring, but what's the next steps? I'm thinking it from a project management lens. Where's the end date?
We're just at 5.
Then the actionable items.
Yeah, so the actionable items will come through the next report back on the employment, lands, and economy review. All of the key challenges we're hearing in terms of challenges that face small independent business will be rolled into that process, and all of the...
Sorry, is that this year that's coming?
Thanks very much. Now we're at 5 minutes, and we're over to Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Actually, thanks to Councillor Dominato for raising the question about engineering and public realm and parking. And as I note from some of the challenges that you identified, 3 are directly related to city rules. And so what's the conversation like with DBL on the permitting and licensing, and how are we integrating that work in this process?
Sure. We have a colleague here from DBL who can tell you about all the efforts that they're undertaking to, accelerate action on that.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Au, and of Development Billing and Licensing. Thanks, Gil. Just a quick update. In January 2019, DBL provided an update on the commercial renovation project and identified a number of action items that would be the focus of ongoing improvements through 2019 to 2020. We've made some significant improvements, including implementing a single point of contact model, expanding the scope of projects that we review through the Commercial Renovation Center, and increasing our resources. We have a lot more work to do, and we'll be preparing a comprehensive update for everyone to council back in May. So we're preparing for that.
Okay, I look forward to that. Now, and speaking of working across departments, have there been any conversations with REFM about city-owned properties that might be vacant and what impacts those have on and arguably they may not be in your realm of study on this particular work? But certainly in other jurisdictions, I know that there are empty city facilities that could... Yeah,
as you know, the REFM rental lease piece is guided by their overall policy to make market returns. We have, however, had recent conversations with that about targeting certain pieces where having a dedicated longer-term stream of discounted rent might be workable to help with this. So those are very nascent conversations, so we can report back on that.
Because I think that's... And so one of the things that I noted from this study and looking at the sort of comparative metrics of success for some of these businesses, you've highlighted that these are all relatively similar zoning. Are we looking future forward to BIAs that don't fall within this typical sort of neighborhood zoning like Chinatown, Strathcona BIA, downtown, and Robson Street in particular? Because I see them as very different, especially in the urban context. They have different challenges.
Yeah, so the scope of the existing study was neighborhood retail commercial areas, and so focused on the 6 study areas initially. We'll be expanding to probably 8 additional neighborhood areas in phase 2, which is this year. Part of this phase also looks at developing the much more complex methodology to inventory and analyze the downtown. The consultants have told us because of the multiple layers of different financial activity in the downtown, overlapping districts, subterranean, subground, it's not just on simple on-street retail like you have in a neighborhood. You've got international finance, tourism, all this kind of stuff. So we plan to do that, develop that analysis in this phase, but we'll likely not be able to inventory the downtown peninsula BIAs, which is 6 additional areas from Denman Street all the way to the eastern edge of Strathcona at Clark Drive. That will be 2021, but that's coming.
Excellent. And last question, trend-wise, when we look at retail trends and specifically the emergence of online shopping and that kind of thing, and obviously different zonings around store frontages and how big they're going to be and what is workable, how are we future visioning this process and looking towards emergent trends in that capacity, and what does the future look like for retail, not the now?
And there's been quite a bit of discussion on this in terms of the challenges and how to deal with them. We had a meeting with Small Business BC just last week on some of the strategies that small businesses are using, and a lot of it comes around sharing space. Two different business models, sharing a space, time sharing of a space where maybe it's an industrial production commissary kitchen during the day and a funky bar at night or something like that, and looking at flexibilities around a change of use. We see retail as definitely is changing in the future, much more mixed, much more shared.
And that's something that you're working with DBL on as well?
And in the next phase, we're going to start to work on policy to address some of these ideas. And obviously online retailing, Amazon, all the impacts of that as well.
Fascinating. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks very much. And I've got myself next on the list, so I'll cede the chair to Councillor Dominato, who's the deputy mayor. I can keep the timer and stuff going, but you can just keep an eye on me if I get out of hand. Okay. I have a question regarding your selection of neighborhoods, and in particular, I was interested in Denman Street, which seems to, for those of us who frequent the West End, it does seem to be kind of in perpetual undersubscription of retail fronts, and I'm just wondering why that wasn't included in the study, and would it be in future work?
Sure. I'll turn it back over to Peter one more time.
Well, part of the reason was that Denman was considered to be part of the Downtown Peninsula BIAs, and it can be seen as a neighborhood BIA. We also wanted to have two community plan areas, and we had to make some hard choices. And also Denman, one of the things we were looking at is what is the impact on retail and affordability if an area has been upzoned. And in fact, Denman Street was effectively downzoned as part of the West End plan, community plan. And so we thought it didn't quite fit the model we were looking at, but certainly we'll be looking at Denman again. We know there's issues.
So what do you think coming out of this, the kind of information that merchants and on Denman would, or building owners would receive? What kind of value would they get out of the report that you're going to generate for us?
A lot of the things that we're learning around affordability and around other challenges are going to be the same across the city. Obviously, there's changes. Otherwise, there may not be as much unbuilt density affecting assessments and property taxes on Denman as there might be in some areas just around the corner, for example, on Robson. But there's a lot of commonality as well.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much for your time. Over to Councillor Swanson, and I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Dominato.
Thank you. I think your slides said that there was in at least some areas, there was a 70% increase in properties owned by development companies.
Yes, that is one of the things we found. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that has anything to do with purpose-built rentals that are being built in some of these areas, owned by development companies with stores on the bottom, rentals on the top.
Yeah, so that data is a snapshot of spring of last year when the inventories were taken to understand who's owning the properties and how that's changed over time. So we're not really connecting it to the new construction, but I think we probably could cut into it more deeply and look at it from that perspective to see how many of them are new rental buildings and who's owning those, if that's what you're asking.
I'm just wondering what that policy of building purpose-built rental with stores on the bottom, is that a part of contributing to having more development companies own retail storefronts? And if so, is this a good thing?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, one of the things we're hearing through the study is additional population in the retail catchment areas is a good thing for supporting retail, especially with online retail and other trends that are impacting the viability of local retailers. And so, adding additional housing in the neighborhood is a good thing. The other thing that rental housing does is it provides workforce, housing for workers to work in these small businesses too.
If they can afford it. I was thinking of what somebody else said about how the most stable businesses were the ones that were owned. So if you're putting in more rental businesses, then anyway. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Oh, you've had your 5 minutes. You're not. Okay. I think that's it for questions. Thanks very much. And move on to the next item. Looking forward to the report coming back. Thanks for all your work. Okay, Council. We're just coming up on 11 o'clock. And we've got 2 items of unfinished business. So the first one is making it easier for the public to speak at council meetings. Second one is an election finance. So on January 28th at the Standing Committee on City Finance meeting, the committee heard from speakers and referred debate and decision on the motion to council meeting today. Just 1 second, please. Let's move us over to the main queue, and if anybody would like to speak with us to this, please put yourself on the list. This is the first one, making it easier for the public to speak at council meetings. So it's unfinished business. I have Councillor Swanson. So let me set your timer. Please go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just thought that this would be a good idea because it would solve some issues that we've had at previous meetings, and it would give speakers who don't arrive right in the nick of time, maybe because they have childcare issues or transportation issues or work issues, it would give them the ability to speak at a council meeting when, if we keep the current rule, they wouldn't have it. And I understand that Councillor Kirby-Young has an amendment, which I'm cool with. I just hope we can get it passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I actually had a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If you deem it appropriate to ask staff if they at all had considered the amount of time that this could add to our meetings. I didn't see that in the draft comments from staff, but very interested to know.
Sure. So, city manager first, or through the clerk, whoever wants to answer this one.
Thanks. I don't think we were in a position to, through the mayor, calculate the amount of time that it might add. I think we've all observed when residents, when speakers come and go in an ad hoc basis, it is much harder to manage the and predict how long council items will take on the agenda. So I think that is a potential concern with this. But at this point, I don't believe we are in a position to have an estimation of the additional time that it might take.
Sure, I don't know what happened.
My point of information, thank you.
Yeah, it should have been on the main queue. There we go.
I understand now that staff don't have a specific approximate calculation, but are staff concerned at all that this may impede upon the work of the city? I know that a number of staff sit here in the gallery to respond to questions, and I'm just wondering if we're changing our format and considering there are staff that wait to come into chambers instead of being in their offices. I'm just wondering if staff has any concern that this may actually impede not only the business of council, but the business of staff in the city of Vancouver.
Kind of a broad question. The first one was on
how much time, but this is more about if there is a concern that this would add time.
Anything you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, through the chair. The adding an element of unpredictability into the council agenda is a concern to staff generally. We try very hard to let the public know what to expect in terms of how the council agenda is going to go, and if speakers are coming and going and we can't actually tell how many folks are even here to speak, it adds that level of unpredictability. So there's but, in the past, we have attempted to do pilots to try new strategies, and so that's been a way that we've tested approaches, and some of which have been quite successful. So I think there are ways that you could try this and see if it does have an impact or not.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? No? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question, but it was answered. That was around the idea of maybe a pilot.
Right.
But that's been answered. So I do want to stand, though, in support of the general intent of this. I'd prefer to see it as a pilot, just because I'm not quite sure how it will work out. But because it could be that a lot of people think that they're the only one who will miss a turn, and then they come at the end. But if everyone thinks that way, we may finish the item and no one or hardly anyone has spoken. So I'd like to test that first, but basically do very much support the idea that on occasion I really understand the exigencies in people's lives of having to complete something, work or childcare or whatever it is, and not being able to come right away. So I'd like to see that open.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Yeah, I have submitted an amendment, and I want to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward, because I think everybody around council shares the goal of trying to make it a positive and a better experience for members of the public. And I know when I brought forward the original motion to look at it, we trialed a number of different things, such as hard start times and a number of different strategies. And I think in the absence of technology and having a system that will give us more flexibility in the future, such as the ability to sign up for specific speaking times, that we're trying to find workable middle ground in the short term. And so I do fully support the motion. I think that the idea of a pilot is wise, which is what this amendment suggests, because we have learned when we've trialed some of the other strategies that sometimes they have unintended consequences. And in this case, I think about, for example, when we have items that are of a lot of public interest, and perhaps we have dozens and dozens of speakers signed up and people are watching online and they're in the middle of a workday and they think, oh, I'll just come later because I can get called at the end. And then we end up kind of calling everybody. And so I think there's a bit of an honor system, hopefully, that the public will respect the spirit of what this is intended to do, and the chairs of the meetings manage it well. But I think it will be informative to help us hopefully craft, if there's any future changes to procedure bylaws, thoughtful ones that don't have those unintended consequences. So I thank Councillor Swanson for bringing it forward very much. And this, just the language here that is on screen, just specifically speaks to having a pilot. And so the changes are, and I'll just recap them for everybody that might be listening at home, to insert the language to initiate a variation to the procedure bylaw as a time-limited pilot initiative. Striking the language to report back with proposed amendments to the procedure bylaw in favor of that new language. And then an addition of other language that says further that the above-mentioned pilot run from the next scheduled council meeting through the end of April 2020, and that staff report back following conclusion of the pilot with findings and any proposed amendments to the procedure bylaw that might be beneficial in order to facilitate members of the public speaking at council meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Bly, okay. Go over to the amendment queue. Does anybody wish to speak to this? If you do so, put yourself on the list. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I have a point of information. My question to either the clerk or to staff through you, Mr. Mayor, is how many meetings is that? Because we have some breaks in between now and the end of April, so I'm just wondering how many actual meetings and that this would encompass.
See the clerk spying over your shoulder here, counting them. Perhaps the clerk can provide an answer when you're finished your calculations.
Mayor, through the mayor, to answer the question, there's 5 sets of council meetings between, so that would be the 1 in February, 2 in March. What's that? Oh. Okay, sorry, 4 sets of council meetings, 1 in February, 2 in March, and 1 in April.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate that information. I think maybe a little bit longer would be better in my mind as a pilot. So I haven't sent it in yet, but I will send it in right now. I'm thinking if we could make it to the end of June. It gives us a greater chance to kind of look at the feasibility of this. So I'll send that in. Thank you.
So you're submitting an amendment?
I will. I'm just
right
going
now?
to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Till the end of June.
Yeah.
So since it's such a minor change, I think I can just move ahead and see if somebody would like to second that one. Okay. I'll move this to a second amendment queue. There we go, June 2020. Councillor Swanson, I have you on the list. Speak to the amendment.
I support the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, a quick point of procedure first, just so that we're consistent, because I know we're trying to do that. I understand that amendments do have to be sent in writing, and I know this one is minor, but...
it was just one word, so...
Okay, as long as we're going to be consistent then, because if somebody sends in one that's a few words...
Sure. Do you have a point to this?
Yeah, just in speaking to it, I would just note for council that originally council was going to consider this at a January meeting, and this got put forward as unfinished business. So I think the intent at the time was that there was a full quarter of meetings, so February, March, and April to do that. I'm happy to support a longer period of time. It also occurs to me that, and I don't want to split hairs on time, end of May versus end of June, but if for whatever reason we're finding this is a problematic procedure, then we are stuck with it till the end of June. So council might want to consider that in their deliberation around voting for it, because it doesn't give us the ability without bringing forward an additional motion to amend or change that. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the amendment, as I second it, but also the amendment to the amendment. And I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's comments around if it's something we don't want to continue with. That said, public hearings are where we usually have typically longer speakers lists where this is already in place, and I would see this becoming problematic with the longer the speaker list, the more we may be running through names before we get to the end of the list. So I actually think oftentimes in council standing committee we may have less speakers, that this would actually perhaps not even come up as much and be a big issue. So I think it's worthwhile to give it a good try. I mean, I would vote to support May or June, but either way, I'm supportive of the amendment and the amendment to the amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to notify all of council that I did send it in, so that it is now on record with the clerk from my email.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova?
I'm torn about April or June because we just went through a pilot. We made a number of changes. That was already very confusing to the public. So the unintended consequences, which can be a favorite phrase of mine because we've seen it before here, is a concern to me. So I will vote for the amendment to the amendment because it doesn't really concern me if it's April or June. However, I am very concerned that we didn't maybe have a survey to see if there were other amendments to the procedure bylaw. Instead of going through this, carte blanche, it would be one by one. Next thing we know, we'll see another member motion to change another small procedure of the bylaw. And I understand that was what the clerk's office worked so hard to put together the pilot for us on. So for that reason, I'm a bit concerned about the main motion. So just reserving all of my comments for now because I have to make a decision on this amendment to the amendment. Although I will be supporting this, I'm not the small change of April to June. I'm not sure that I can support the overall sentiment of the motion for the reasons I've just listed.
Thanks very much, and that's it for speakers list on the amendment to the amendment. So we'll call a vote on this one. Councillor Dominato, yep, Councillor Dominato. And that is passed with Councillor Dominato in opposition. Go back to the amendment queue where we have Councillor Carr. You have 3 minutes left. Is there anything else?
Nope, I'm fine.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Thank you. Okay, over to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have anything else from the main queue? No. Councillor Boyle.
Yes, I had a question also through you to staff. As someone who doesn't chair, I'm curious. My understanding is our previous practice was at the end of the speakers list, we would go back through the speakers list one more time again to give people a chance. And I'm just wondering if that's the stated plan here, or if we then just open it up to anyone else on the list. And if I guess I'm just wondering if it's helpful to have clarity about how we do that second opportunity, or if it's fastest to just, as we do a public hearing, say, is there anyone else on the list? And
my interpretation of this is not like a public hearing, that you'd have to register to speak, and if you missed your turn, only those who registered to speak would be allowed to speak at the end.
And then would we go through read through the names on the list one more time for a chance, or
Sure,
just
it's really up to the chair. If there's a lot of people, you might want to do that, but there's a couple, we could maybe just take them up as they are. So I guess they'll be part of the piloting. We may want, or as we go through this, we may want to see cheering how it works, but it wouldn't be like a public hearing where it's just kind of a free-for-all at the end.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. So if we called their name again and they weren't here again, they couldn't just kind of run in at the beginning.
I'm just wondering if there's some structure that's helpful there, but
Let's
as
try
you
it.
say, maybe the chairs can figure that out.
And it really is up to the discretion of the chair how to manage the kind of non-codified processes. So we'll try a bunch of different things and see what people like the best. Is that
Okay.
okay?
I appreciate that. And however, it's whatever structure is helpful for the chairs to make sure it's not.
We might come back, maybe after we try this in a
Awkward in
broad way, we can amend it to make it more certain. But right now I see it just as the registered folks.
Okay, yep. Great. So I'm happy to support the amendment and the main motion. And as Council has heard me say before, we'll just reiterate that one of the things that makes the timing the most unpredictable in length is how much time we use as councillors asking questions to each of our speakers. And so I think in wanting to support this and the ability of our residents to come and speak, I also just want to reiterate that we can help the predictability of that timing in being focused in our questions and not running that time long with our own kind of leading and questions and points to make in that time. And so happy to support this.
Great. Thank you very much. And that's it for people on the list. So we can call a vote on this amended motion. The amendment, sorry. Councillor Fry. And that's passed with no one in opposition. We go back to the main queue with the amended amendment, the amended motion. Councillor Deschanova, I've got you on the list.
I will stand to speak to this because I'm concerned that I'm going to predict that we may see more of these type of motions. And if we're really going to talk about public consultation, I think we should do that. I think that we should, and this may inspire me to put forward a motion that we should have some meetings in the community. I've certainly done that last term. I've spoken to that. I know that Councillor Carr also favored that in the previous council term. I know it's expensive, but at the same time, we have to be able to provide better access to us, to people. And I think trying to Band-Aid that bit by bit isn't helpful right now. I hear from families that can't come to speak to us during working hours. And that's when some of the presentations that most affect them are coming before us at council. So we're kind of picking this apart one by one by one. So reluctantly, I'm going to abstain here because it's not that I disagree specifically with this. However, I really do appreciate the tedious and painful process that our staff went through with us to form a pilot. And I think we've sent a message to the public loud and clear, unfortunately. If you're going to miss your turn to speak, you won't have another opportunity to speak. And they may see that. And not come up here. So I'm concerned that we're sending mixed messages out. There's no communications plan that goes with this. So for that reason, I will be abstaining on this. And I hope that if we see another amendment like this, it will be more wholesome and it will be about a survey to consider how we can provide better access to people. But then again, as I've just noted, that amendment or that motion may be coming from myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I will be speaking in support of this motion and support of it as amended. In response to Councillor Boyle's question, which I think was a really good question, it's been my experience on council that always during public hearings we review the list and go back and review it, as well as open the floor to anyone else to speak. But that has not been our practice for people who sign up for regular council agenda items, including members' motions. And occasionally I've noticed that it has happened, but it is, over the time I've been on council, virtually never. So it's only been a few times now. So it's been standard practice. The bylaws are silent on it, the procedure bylaw, but it has been standard practice, and maybe that clarity is needed. And this, at least, I think does provide some clarity.
Okay, thank you. That's it for speakers. So we can call a vote on this motion as amended. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, thank you, Council. That's passed with none in opposition. And we're on to our second item, the election finance, transparent funding in local politics. Sorry, I'm just switching to the main queue because we have no questions at this point. Okay, so on January 28th at the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting, the committee heard from speakers and referred debate decision on the motion entitled Election Finance. Transparent funding in local politics. Council meeting today is unfinished business, and we'll just move now to debate. And we've got Councillor Dejanova.
Yes, I'm sending over an amendment right now. I just want to make sure that I'm refreshing it here and sending it over on the queue to the media amendments. I will wait for the clerk to pull this up, but basically it's in the spirit of if we're talking about local elections and the changes that have been made in the previous term, I note that we now follow the same degree of compliance regulations that federal and provincial campaigns also follow, and their finance reform and act. And before we didn't have that as a requirement under Elections BC for local elections. So I would like to see the contributions that are made to candidates in the local election be able to be credited towards a person's personal income tax, just as it can be for the federal and provincial elections. We can apply now to a certain degree of transparency. We actually, I've changed things and I've sent them over to the clerk. I'm not sure if maybe the new amendment, like I just sent it over through the council meeting amendments. Just want to make sure that we have the right one here. Oh, perhaps that is the right one. It was sent at 11:22. Councillor Fry did suggest that I make it into two whereas points, which I have, just to show the federal reporting and compliance regulations and what you can claim. Also, the second part of that, as well as what we're currently required to do under Bill 15 of the Local Elections Campaign Financing Amendment Act, which was actually passed but then made retroactive. So I think it's important to note that I expect this to be a separate motion at UBCM, but a part of this motion overall that council would be affirming support for that, knowing that motions have a time-sensitive deadline. So hoping that we could work together with other municipalities, and if no one else is doing this, to bring this forward ourselves, because I think that it is important. I'd also like to note that I think that if provincial candidates and federal candidates and contributions to them can be tax deductible, It makes it more affordable for people, and I'd like to see people contributing smaller amounts. And we might see that if they're able to claim that on their income tax, because people who will claim it on their income tax are likely the ones who face those affordability issues and would claim that as a credit. So for that reason, I'm hoping that this will be supported. Thank you.
Okay, Council. So we have an amendment. Do we have a seconder for this amendment? Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the amendment queue. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And just, I do support this amendment, and I appreciate that Councillor DiGenova has added them as a separate item to ask of LMLGA, UBCM. It's a little bit scope creepy from the original intent of the motion around transparency. However, I think that through the process of tax deduction, write-off, that kind of thing, it actually does bolster the transparency because there's a reporting mechanism that will reflect back. So I do appreciate this amendment, and I think it actually might really encourage more participation in local elections. So yeah, I'll be supporting it.
You, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a bit to get my head around it, but this is an amendment to this motion to simply send some directive to the UBCM and LMLGA, and this is a deadline day for making sure that those are on the queue. So that's great, and I actually really very much support it. Local elections are very much under financed. I think there's been a too great in the past emphasis on contributions from the development community as opposed to individuals, and I think individuals are very much what are the heart of democracy, and to support individuals or to make it more attractive for them to donate to local elections, income tax considering those donations through our as income tax related contributions, I think, like the federal, like the provincial governments have, is a really good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have a question in the wording of it, knowing that when we pass these types of things here, it's sent in its exact wording in the language I have in front of me in the A of therefore be it resolved. It looks like it says, and that as similar to the rules. The second sentence of that, I just can't figure out if it's missing something. And I don't want to send us into loops of having to come back if this is the exact language we're sending to each of these
Are you proposing
other bodies.
or?
So that is a question to the mover of the amendment.
Point of
if there's
information.
something, point of information is exactly what it is.
The councillor.
Thanks.
There we go.
In the second sentence of A, it says, and that with a space and a comma, and it's
Financing Act, and that as similar to the rules and requirements in the Income Tax Act for personal income tax credits, and that, or it should say, and as is similar, sorry, not and that. So I'm not sure if that's as is similar instead of and that. I think that's a small error, Mr. Mayor.
What's happening? Where
Instead of and that, it should just say as is similar to the rules. Sorry. I was trying to clean it up as
council
council.
okay with that minor amendment, or do you want to go to the amendment process? If anybody is not okay, then just let me know.
I'll accept that.
Otherwise, we'll just go ahead. No, we don't do friendly ones,
Thanks.
but good try. Okay, Councillor Boyle, do you have any? Thanks, Councillor DeGenova.
I'm happy to support this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll probably support it too. I just wanted to point out that for the about 1/5 of our residents who are below the poverty line and don't pay income tax. They will get no benefit from this unless it's a refundable tax credit. So in a way, although it is trying to make things equitable, it's making things more inequitable for the people who are the poorest.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. So with this amendment then, we'll call a vote on this. Councillor Bly just made it back in. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. And we're back to the amendment queue. We're back to the main queue. Councillor Deschanova, do you have anything else?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I have submitted an amendment. First of all, I just want to apologize to council if they can for any confusion on the emails, because I received some comments from staff and the chief of staff on an old version. So given that this had gone over a couple of meetings, I inadvertently picked up the wrong version, but I think the latest email, if you want to refer to that one, is the correct one now. And essentially, the amendments that are proposed, and I'm fully supportive of Councillor Fry's motion. I thank him for bringing it forward. And I'm fully committed to transparency in our electoral processes moving forward. And this just serves to speak to that spirit and strengthen the motion with the addition of language that speaks to third parties and reporting by them in addition to traditional elector organizations and candidates. And I think we've all often seen some of the challenges that can arise with third parties. So it's really meant to sort of take that same spirit and ensure that we are not leaving them out and leaving any loopholes, and that there is a level playing field. And it includes addition of that language as well as an accompanying resolution to UBCM in addition. And council have that, and it's available on screen, so it's a bit longer, so I won't read it. But that is the spirit of the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this one? Okay, I'll put us on the amendment queue. I have Councillor Kirby-Yung on the amendment queue. It might be a holdover, but you're welcome to go if you... Do you have anything to say? No? Okay, over to Councillor Fry.
Oh, yeah, and just also, I'm really happy to support this amendment as well, and I appreciate that that this motion has brought out a lot of collaboration from various members of council, and also the willingness to sever these out into separate UBCM LMLGA motions, because I think it would be a little unwieldy otherwise. So I think this is the right process, and I really, really appreciate the fact that that everybody's getting on board with the idea of transparency in campaign financing, and I think that's a really important component to our democracy and our democratic process. So I'll be supporting this amendment as well. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yes, I'm supportive of the amendments forwarded by Councillor Kirby-Yung as well. And I just, specifically, the full and transparent reporting by third-party entities that engage in significant campaign activities. I think that's incredibly critical. It's about transparency and following the money trail that I think is really important to the public. And I also just want to support striking B, that Council reconvene the Independent Election Task Force. And the reason I'm supporting it is I did talk to a member of the task force who was very clear in relaying to me that the task force had actually been disbanded. And so it's not something that can be reconvened. And and he was not interested in seeing it be reconstituted. They felt that their work had been done and they provided direction to council, and we are now following up on that direction in various motions. So as I say, supportive of it, also coming from my experience with the task force members, former task force members.
Thanks very much. Councillor Deschanova?
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is the amendment to the amendment. So,
oh, just the amendment.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got no one else on the queue. We can vote on this amendment. And that's, if I'm reading it right, it's passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I also have an amendment, an addition that I circulated to council, which is to add in a new point further that the mayor write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing requesting the province conduct a public review of the 2018 general local elections to determine what future changes are needed to ensure British Columbians get the fair elections that they deserve. I know we have had numerous conversations around this room about various changes that could take place or need to take place to ensure fairer elections, and I appreciate all of the amendments and additions to go to LMLGA and UBCM, and I think as well in line with that, a direct letter from the mayor to the minister responsible is another important advocacy piece, and us collectively naming in all of these amendments together that our commitment is fair elections and that we continue to be interested in the province looking at how that can happen both for Vancouver and local governments across the province.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Carr. On to the amendment queue. I don't see anybody on the amendment queue. So Councillor Deschanova.
I wasn't going to speak to this, but I will because I'm not sure. I will support this, but I'm not sure that this isn't being done. So what I'm supporting, the actual action, is the mayor writing a letter. But I'm not sure if a public review, I find that Elections BC and the local elections piece is very much transparent, much more than it ever was before. And I wouldn't want in any way the Minister of Municipal Affairs to get the wrong idea that we did not feel that there was review being done that was public. If that's already happened, I understand that they update the website regularly and put out bulletins and announcements. I also want to note that since this talks about fair and transparent elections, we are talking about making things more transparent, which actually can make things less fair for people. When I look at some of the candidates that were disqualified, they were candidates that are disqualified from running in the next election. The reporting requirements this time around, I had a CA look over mine. I certainly had a financial agent that was educated and had a financial designation. I think that it's really important to understand that some people, even though we need to have transparency, might not be able to meet the guidelines that are set out before them. And the more red tape we add to this process, the more uncertainty it can bring for people who then are disqualified and unable to run again. So I note that some of those people I met them at all candidates meetings. They spoke about the difficulties of participation for them and the barriers they face. So I just really wanted to bring that up because it's something that I'm trying to not only understand but consider. We want transparency, but we do want fairness. So Councillor Boyle, I will support this, but I would hope that maybe next time or we're talking about this issue that there can be some conversation about that. I didn't bring anything forward on it because I understood actually in conversations that I'd had with I think it was last year actually at LMLGA, at UBCM with many officials that was something that was being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else on the queue? So we can call a vote on this one? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, anything else? Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I've also submitted an amendment, and I've also tried to reflect it based on the conversations with Councillor Fry around sort of having a number of resolutions. It's easier to break them out into, as opposed to having a large resolution go to LMLGA and UBCM. I'm waiting for staff to bring it up there. And it is that the UBCM requests that the province amend the Local Elections Campaign Financing Act to require full and transparent reporting by federal and provincial political parties of the in-kind support and financial contributions they make to municipal election candidates, both in election years as well as to sitting elected officials in non-election years. And again, in the spirit of, as we're looking at increased transparency across the board, we have in our country parties where there is, at the local level, provincial level, and federal level, they are the same party, and recognizing there may be support that comes from those parties to municipal candidates. And so again, it's just to reflect increased transparency of both that in-kind support as well as any financial contributions that are made.
Okay, we've got it up there, so we need a seconder for this one. Okay, thanks. It's been seconded. Over to the amendment queue. Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Dominato. Also appreciating that you've severed this out so that it's easy to put forward as a separate amendment. It's a bit redundant because the Local Election Campaign Finance Act does actually preclude other political entities from contributing. But that being said, I don't see any harm in affirming this commitment as a council nonetheless. So, yeah, I will be supporting this amendment as well.
Thank you. Don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can. Yep.
I just wanted to say, not directly related to this, but I did submit. There's a little housekeeping element to the whereas that I'll be submitting after this final motion is done, and I just wanted to flag that for everyone's attention. It's just a little bit of housekeeping. There's a couple of errors in the whereas, that one of which was referring to a 2019 report, which was actually 2018. So just so that's where I sent it to everyone.
Thanks very much. Okay, so that's it. So we'll call a vote on, I've got Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify one point just around that this isn't entirely redundant. I know that I understand Councillor Fry's intent there, but it is not, because there is infrastructure support that does come from federal and provincial parties to municipal candidates. And so it's not necessarily that those parties are donating directly dollars, but it's actually that they're providing support as an organization. So because especially particularly with parties that span the federal, provincial, and municipal landscape. So I just want to clarify that this isn't, I wouldn't bring forward something that is redundant, and it isn't redundant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I am just rising on that, on a point of information again. So my question to staff through you, Mr. Mayor, is regarding the Local Campaign Financing Act, which I am aware of, and I mean, I've read it and I understand it, as I suppose all of us have during elections particularly. And my understanding of that act is that federal parties or provincial parties or other party levels cannot contribute in kind or financially, but I'd like clarification on that. I know they can't financially, but my understanding was it was in kind as well. So if somebody could...
The gray world of what happens behind the scenes. This is always a debate, my understanding, among the, the folks who are writing these laws as to how do you track and how do you account for different things. So, for example, if some candidates are highlighted, if local candidates are highlighted on a national webpage, what does that mean? So, so I don't know if anybody here could actually answer that question specifically. It would require, I think, staff to go off and consult and then come back to get that. Not to give you, it wouldn't be a 30-second answer.
Okay, right. Okay, well, because it's, anyway, already happening, I mean, I can't see, I will support it, obviously, but, I find it kind of curious. I probably think that the Green Party is the only party, and it's only in a few locations like Vancouver that this applies to. So a motion to UBC, I mean, most of the province doesn't have political parties. Everybody runs independently. So it's just a curiosity in my mind. I mean, maybe it'll change in the future, but it does seem to be very specifically aimed and very focused on one party. So we'll see.
Okay, we have a point of order, and do you have the actual?
I'm getting the impression that I'm being impugned in my intent here, and this is not targeting one particular party. And so I would like to be very clear that that is not the intent.
Okay, so usually point of order requires a ruling, so are you asking a ruling, or it's not just a statement of objection, so you'd like a
It's a
ruling?
state of objection. So I don't
All right.
need a ruling
Under which?
Section 6.1.
6.1. So you're asking me to review whether or not Councillor Carr's comments were impugning your...
I'm not asking for a review. I am stating, though, for the record.
You don't get that? Point of order is asking me to do something.
Then I'll ask for a ruling. Thank you.
Okay. Be right back. Okay, on this one, I thought about it a bit, and I don't think it directly impugns the reputation. So that's for that. But I'll just remind councillors that you know to consider all their comments before they're made. And was there anything else, Councillor Carr? Okay, thank you. So we can vote on this one. Just so the council is aware, clerks have flagged for me that some of the language in the motions that we have already passed are perhaps problematic and incorrect. So I'm not quite sure what to do with that. We'll be, because we voted to pass them, we'll be submitting incorrect language, perhaps because things are brought on the fly and there's apparently a number of errors. But again, I would, I guess we passed them, so we passed them. But I just say the quicker the more time you give us to review, clerks time to review the specific language, the less complications we'll have. On the amendment queue, I have Councillor Dejanova.
I have a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if there is an incorrect, if there is problematic or incorrect language, as you stated, could we address that as urgent business later in this meeting?
I don't know.
Thank you.
1 second.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I could jump in. I think the Some of the concerns that you're raising are not necessarily about minor corrections so much as the kind of intent of what was being passed. The Federal Income Tax Act does not grant a tax credit to provincial contributions. It grants one to federal contributions. So there's just nuances that are I think in there that I think staff were raising about some of the earlier discussions.
So it takes significant revisions. That's what it sounds like. I'm not sure. Again, we passed it, so we'll have to work through it. But all right, so I'll get to the urgent business. 1 second. Okay, so the process would be that we'd have to reconsider these votes later today, once people go through and get the proper language, if there or other intent problems. So we're not going to sort that out right here, but that would be the process. Would be a reconsideration.
And Mr. Mayor, if there are questions that councillors would like for me to direct to law, I'm happy to have them answered for councillors.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Privilege.
Because we dealt with this and this matter didn't come up, but because it does pertain to an amendment that I had put forward, the council approved, I did want to note that I pulled that language specifically off the provincial website that spoke about
Sounds
that.
like debate.
And I'm happy to work with staff on that and amend any language that staff have concerns for. But I have the specific bylaw numbers that says that they comply and follow the income tax
We have a
Act.
procedure that we'd have to reconsider this if we were going to change the language in the motions. Is there anything else, Councillor DeGenova?
No, I'm
Okay, thanks, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, we haven't passed the motion.
We've passed earlier amendments.
Yeah, but they're just amendments that add to the motion. We haven't passed the motion, so we can still we don't have to reconsider to make changes to a motion.
I guess
that is currently not
the ones we have voted on to change, we would, I think.
No, because the motion's still live.
Or I guess you could change them. Yep.
Yeah,
You're
so
right.
I'm thinking if we have 5 minutes here to go through all that, I would like to refer this to later on in the meeting because it has not been completed as business. And
Okay.
I think there are some significant changes. And there's also a lot of amendments that before I'd make a vote, I'd like to have a full printed copy. So I'd like to refer this to.
We would table this? Is that how that? Just 1 second, please. Okay, Council, so the suggestion is that we just take our recess now and that we resume after the break with any possible amended language, and hopefully there's enough time to make sure the language is correct. Do I have a mover for that? Thank you. Seconder, all in favor? Any opposed? No, that's good. So we are now recessed, and we'll be back in camera at between 1 and 3, and then back in these chambers at 3 o'clock to resume this business. Thank you.
What?
Made it to the in camera too. Made it to the whole thing. Yeah, but still. Well, it'll come back, but still, we actually. I'm going to call us back to order. Just to recap, we are working on the election finance unfinished business piece, and for the breaker told there's some problems with the language, and I believe that the clerks have sent us some changes that would make it all proper, but I haven't reviewed those. So maybe we'll just...
Can I get a point of information? Can we get a kind of report on the changes made or on the recommended changes made from staff?
It came from the clerk's office. Am I wrong?
I'm just preparing a PowerPoint right now. Sorry. Just
Perfect. I would really appreciate the PowerPoint.
I did.
And if it could be emailed to all public in the city of Vancouver, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Law did a couple of track changes and sent it back to Councillor DiGenova, and I don't know if it's been distributed to all of council yet, or...
It's not.
Okay, I can send it to council right now if that would help. It's just like 3 changes.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Councillor Wiebe has the floor. Did you want anything else, Councillor Wiebe?
No, my point of information is I'd like to see those recommended changes from staff if possible.
Okay. So I can move on to, yes?
Thanks. So yes, I did just send it to you, so you should have it in your inbox, and it's kind of deeper down in that document there. I think it's page 4 or 5. You should be able to see it. It's the red text is track changes. The first change is on page 3 of 5, which just adds BC's income tax, so clarifies which. And then on the next page, 4, you'll see that BC's income tax and the federal was removed, as well as the clarification. It's BC's Minister of Finance, not the Minister of National Revenue. So that's just nuanced changes there that
so perhaps what
all recommended.
I could suggest that since we're on an amendment queue right now and we're not dealing with the main motion, that we finish Councillor DiGenova's amendment, then we could come back and just adopt this all at once as a separate motion. Anybody can move it. Does that sound okay?
Okay, as I have the floor, is there any other concerns as a point of information other than the red highlighted ones of some of the wording that has been introduced today on this topic?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So, Councillor DiGenova, you got the floor now.
Thanks so much. Mr. Mayor, I I'm happy to. First of all, I'd like to thank the city manager for sending that over, and also thank Law for their oversight. Although income tax is federal and overseen by the CRA, I know that each province has their own act. So I appreciate those changes, and those changes were sent over, and I'm happy to move them. So it just specifically, they're the changes that were just listed out, so I won't list them again, and all council members have them. So it just says BC's Income Tax Act.
Right, we're on the amendment right now. We're on an amendment queue. So, like I just said to Councillor Weeb, is that probably get through this amendment, and then whoever has the, if you take.
Yep. So again, that's the amendment that I just wanted to clarify how that came to be. That was legal suggestion.
Sure.
It's in blue and it's already up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, we're actually debating Councillor Dominato's amendment. That's the queue we're in right now.
Oh, okay, because that was up. So my apologies. So.
That's all right. And so.
So I'm happy to. I also just wanted to ask a point of information. I might as well at this time because it pertains to all of this, but specifically on the motion, I just wanted to make sure that staff's interpretation of this was staff's interpretation, because they take this away. And although it's council affirmed something, this wouldn't mean that council would be committed to doing anything outside of the current Local Elections Act. Is that correct? Could I ask that question through you, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Through the mayor, actually, I don't have the answer to that. I'm happy to connect with Law if that would be helpful to you.
That would be helpful to me to know. And other than that, I'll take myself off the queue if we're on Councillor Dominato's amendment. I just understood that Councillor Weeb tabled something, and that was the last place that we left off. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So we're still on the Councillor Dominato's amendment, and we have nobody else on the queue.
Yep. Taking myself off.
Okay, I got you. Okay, and so we'll call a vote on this one. What's on the screen? Councillor Hardwick, Weeb, and Dominato. We're in the middle of a vote. Okay. This text. No, there's been no changes. This is what was submitted by Councillor Dunn. Oh, we can fix that later. Yeah. But so I just need you to vote. There we go. And this is passed with no opposition. We go back to the main queue. So Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
I didn't have anything further to add. I do recognize staff had indicated to me that we might want to remove reference to federal parties, and that the province may not have an ability to amend the Local Elections Act to include them. I don't know, but that is the legal advice I've received this afternoon. So, I mean, I frankly, I don't think that we're in any harm's way. I mean, this is a resolution, it's a motion, it's advocacy. And certainly if it was supported at LMLGA or at UBCM, I think it's going to LMLGA is the intent here, that the province would look at it, and if they deemed it that it wasn't possible, then they would indicate that. I mean, it's really in their hands. They may look at all of these resolutions and say, we're not going to pursue any of them, but if they decide that including federal parties is out of their jurisdiction, then I think they would indicate that. But so unless I hear from other councillors they feel strongly about amending that, I was just going to leave it.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was going to move the amendments that were sent over by legal. I understand they're small housekeeping amendments, and most of them have already been listed. So I was hoping just to move those now.
Get a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if now would be the appropriate time to answer the question if that was asked earlier.
Yeah.
By Councillor DeGenova.
Sure. Can we just get it seconded and then we're... Okay, thanks. So we are in the amendment queue and clear. Okay, City Manager.
I think we understood the question to be: does this require any additional reporting or anything above and beyond what's currently required? And I think the answer is that it does not at this point require any additional action from us or additional reporting or anything above and beyond the current election laws. Hope that answers the question.
Thanks. I don't see anybody on the queue, so can we have a vote on just this house cleaning of the text? Good. Councillor Dominato. Okay. Would you like? Okay. So Councillor Dominato, vote assist support, and that's passed unanimously. There we go. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Now we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was going to move an amendment. Okay. I had sent it in before I'd received that answer, so I'd like you to I'm going to ask you yourself before I even put it forward to save us some time here, if you could rule if that is now redundant. The amendment that I just circulated was to add to A the language that showed that this was add to A as required by the Local Elections Campaign Financing Act. So now that I understand that that's what we would be complying to, I don't think we need that, but is that correct?
I'm guessing.
Thanks. I just got the point of information back at an awkward time. And I appreciate that it's hard for staff to consult legal on the floor like that. So in speaking to the motion, I appreciate Councillor Fry putting this forward. That being said, I would like to sever out B, if possible, for the vote. And I just wanted to speak to that. I think that Council's added a lot of collaborative and good input into this, and I'm glad to see this council working together in a different way than I saw last term. These votes were quite divisive when it came to, and there was a lot of pointing of fingers across the floor and accusations made, and I just think that this is certainly a more civil way to do things. We obviously want things to be transparent, but I did want to speak specifically to the point that I'm concerned already that unless there's a way for others to participate in the process, that we may actually be hindering the fairness to vulnerable people who want to run for office, so appreciate that. But for B, we already had an independent election task force, and for that reason, I don't feel that, and those recommendations came forward. Oh, so I will not be voting for B, but everything else I can vote for.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby.
Point of order for clarification. I believe B was struck in earlier amendments by Council, and I think Councillor Genova might be referring to the Independent Election Task Force language that has already been struck.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but you do have the floor if you wanted to.
That is my point of order, so if you could just affirm that. So
I'm not sure what your point of order refers to, sorry.
It was in the amendment that I submitted and passed unanimously earlier by Council.
One more time? What was? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The prior amendment B on the original motion submitted by Councillor Fry referred to an independent election task force, and that clause was struck as part of my amendments earlier, so it's no longer contained in the amended motion.
That's right, yeah. It's not there.
I just wanted you to clarify that for the record.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else that you wanted to?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the list is point of privilege. What's the privilege?
Thank you. Well, it's about the different versions of feedback we're receiving and the point of information coming later. In looking at that document, it still was on there. So I just wanted to say that it was my intent. I thought that it was struck.
Sounds like debate.
But thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry, I've got you on the list.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'll keep it quick because I'm assuming this is just sort of a closing statement kind of thing. And
all yours.
Oh, I don't even want to take 5 minutes. I recognize there's lots of people here to other motions, and I just want to say that this is something that I've personally been advocating for quite some time, and campaign finance reform since long before the Election Campaign Finance Reform Act was passed. And I'm just really pleased to see so much support from across council and so many thoughtful amendments. And it's really just sort of indicative of the kind of, when we work together and we do collaborative stuff at this council, we really do kind of come up with better substance in our motions. So thanks everybody for the participation in making this an even better motion for campaign finance reform. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Just in speaking to the final motion, and I do appreciate Councillor Fry bringing it forward, and I just want to reiterate, I think a commitment to fair, transparent, and open reporting in elections is really critical. It's something that I think across council we all committed to in the last election, and I was very happy to see this come forward, but also to sort of add and strengthen it to the original proposal, which included electoral organizations and candidates, to also include third parties, so that we are ensuring that we have that transparency across the board and we haven't unintentionally left any loopholes or ability for people to work around the restrictions. So I think that's an important amendment. I appreciate the additions by council as well in terms of also trying to look at tax deductible possibilities, so that municipal politics is not the only level that doesn't provide that incentive, in addition to provincial and federal. And I think that hopefully we'll be successful in getting support on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I just really want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this forward and for all the amendments as well. And really note that for me, the importance of this particular motion is really about building public confidence in the electoral process. And the fact that the transparency and the reporting of the money that funds the elections is critical to so many people in the public who worry about whether a councillor or some elected person is in the pocket of somebody who funds them. The transparency, in my mind, is key. So thanks to everyone on council for strengthening the motion in those regards, and again to Councillor Fry for putting it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward this motion and for all of the different amendments proposed on the floor. I think it does speak to the caliber of our council and working together and the commitment to transparency in elections, election financing. I was also happy to bring forward an amendment around recognizing the in-kind support that often comes from federal, provincial parties in supporting local elections, and that the province might look at that in terms of increasing transparency around that as well. So pleased to support the motion. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers. So we can call a vote on this election finance transparent funding in local politics as amended. Councillor Weep, there we go. Unanimously passed. Thanks very much, Council. Okay, on to our next. I don't think we held any reports, do we, clerks? Number 4, because we have speakers. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so now we're going to move to report addressing housing priorities for the Ashley Mara Housing Cooperative site and other inclusionary housing sites in the Marine Drive Station area. We have staff here to answer questions. If you'd like to ask questions, whoever, I can't remember who held it, I'm sorry, but happy to see Councillor Kirby-Yung is on the queue first, so Councillor
I believe this wasn't a queue for this item. I think it might be helpful to prudent.
Anybody? Councillor Dejanova, whoever held this?
I never held it.
Okay, Councillor Swanson? Let's see if speakers. So, I'm sorry. Councillor Swanson, do you have questions for staff on this?
I do. If this zoning would go ahead, would there be any CACs and DCLs paid, or would they be exempt?
So
that's one of about 6 questions. So fast answers, please. Thank you.
Okay. I had also prepared a brief introduction. I didn't know if you wanted to get to speakers prior to getting to council questions, but I'm happy to jump into questions now if that's the preference.
There's only one councillor on the list, so we can maybe start with maybe this for 5 minutes.
Sure. So for this application, should council give staff the blessing to accept it and go into the review process, there would be a detailed financial review as part of the standard review process that we do for rezoning applications, which would look to see if there is a CAC generated beyond just the provision of affordable housing units on the site.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for the DCLs, There is a rental component of the project, and so the applicant has indicated that they're interested in pursuing a DCL waiver, and so staff would evaluate to see if they meet the eligibility criteria for that.
So then the other thing is the co-op partnering with a profit-making developer who's going to be making like 15% profit on the market rentals? Is that the theory?
So the co-op and the applicant team are here today, and I can let them speak more to that. But the co-op has partnered with a private developer, Intracorp, who is also seeking a partnership with a pension fund. Those details are still being worked out, and so staff will be looking for more information around those partnership agreements.
So when I see the math in the city reports, it says that about 50% of renter households have household incomes below $50,000. So I'm wondering, of the 574 units that are proposed here, how many of them would be for people with incomes below $50,000? Do we have an idea?
Thank you, Councillor. Those are all issues that we will surface in the zoning case. Before you today is not a zoning case. It's merely an issues report. This proposal exceeds what we would normally consider under the MARPOL plan. So the issues report is really brought forward to ask council if you'd like us to entertain this application or not. And if the council does give their blessing today for us to start to do that analysis and investigation, those are all questions that we will surface during the review and analysis of the case.
And there's other sites too, though, right?
Yes, we anticipate the MARPOL plan, and Scott can get into this a little more in detail if the council wishes, really is at the intersection of kind of the MARPOL plan and Canby Phase 2. And in the Canby Phase 2, additional heights have been approved that are catacorner to these. So we do think that there are some sites that are probably underdeveloped, where the Denny's is, that if this report goes forward, those sites will likely also want to come in and be considered too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Thank you. I do have one question, and I think it's answered in the report, but I want to ask it on the record explicitly for clarification, and that is that the scope of this report is only limited to the specifically identified and listed sites in the report and does not include any industrial I-2 designated land. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we would not envision any encroachment or additional sites coming forward outside of these specific sites?
We would not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Since no one's asked the affordability question, I'm just wondering if, considering the response that was just provided, as to how this could be a way forward that others might be interested in. I was just hoping that maybe staff might be able to speak to the affordability that this may provide on site for housing and how it meets us, helps us to reach the goals that the lofty and ambitious goals that we have committed to in our housing strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Garrison from Housing Policy. So the MARPOL plan envisions the sites in this area that already have existing non-market housing on them and may be approaching time to renew as opportunities to really meet our targets to expand the amount of social housing for low and moderate income households in the area. So this is a good opportunity, these sites, to be able to expand that supply. We did envision that it would be important in this area to potentially allow some market development to go along with those projects in order to help facilitate the financial viability of them and the development of them. And so that's the sort of model that's being proposed here. So that was what was envisioned in the plan, and we think sites like this, generally speaking, opportunities to redevelop existing non-market housing sites that were sort of enabled originally under old federal and provincial programs are really good opportunities to meet some of the deeper needs for housing in the city.
Thanks so much. A follow-up question to that would just be specifically to the comments, and I appreciate the answer to the question about integrating housing as well. So we often saw these standalone social housing or non-market housing buildings. Does this also help us with our healthy city strategy and policies to move forward to integrate housing to make sure every door is the same for people who are paying different rents or have different income levels?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think the proposal as it stands, which if you approve this today, we would take forward and evaluate. The proposal is certainly to have an integrated model where there really is consistent design standard, consistent design quality between market and non-market units, between private units and community-owned units. So, yes.
Okay, and also just wanted to ask would this affect or open up the MARPOL plan? As you had mentioned, others might be interested in this. If we do this for one, do we keep doing this for each of them, or do we look at the MARPOL plan in the bigger context? And we're not at public hearing, we're at council, so now is the appropriate time to ask this.
That's a great question. Thank you very much. You know, for all the reasons Dan gave, that's why those were the reasons we thought this particular site was important. If you look at the MARPOL plan, you have that Area C that specifically talks about social housing, bringing in some rental. That's really the only reason we thought this was, because it does exceed greatly what the MARPOL plan had envisioned in terms of height. It's looking at about 12 stories, and this is significantly higher. But because we were able to capitalize or maybe take advantage of some of those other housing goals is the reason we wanted to bring this forward to council today.
Okay.
And so we do think those other sites in MARPOL that are designated Area C will want to take advantage of it if the council decides to greenlight it today. Okay. And that's why we've made it more than just one site. But we would not reopen the entire MARPOL plan, no.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And I just have a follow-up question to that. Can you refresh my memory, but without looking at the exact page, in the MARPOL plan, really some of these sites are bound for condo development, which include a CAC, but they can't build rental without paying for that same CAC. So would that actually help us with our goals of providing rental housing in the city of Vancouver, aside from affordable housing, but rental housing? Because I know in the MARPOL plan that's very unique.
That's right. There are a few sites. I think there's 4 sites that are being considered in this report that currently are inclusionary sites that envision only strata development with 20% of the units as social housing. And this would enable some consideration for those sites to go forward as rental projects with secured affordability in 20% of the units, along the lines of or similar to the moderate income rental pilot.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Again, like others, I'm having questions about why this is here. And and my understanding is because my understanding is that it's outside of the boundaries of the MARPOL plan, significantly enough that you want to bring it to us first. So if that's incorrect, please let me know. So I'm looking at what makes it unique or unique enough in terms of what it's offering to bring it to us. And the plan calls for 12 stories above a 4-story podium. And this is calling for 14, potentially 14, 3 towers at 14, 24, and 27 stories. Am I right on that? Okay. And then normally it's 20, and the justification is more, I guess, more social housing, but that's at least what the report says, and that's normally 20% social housing. And I'm trying to get the figures straight. 450 units, it appears that 450 rental units plus 70 social housing. Am I wrong to say that's 520 units total? Well, 20% of that seems like it's not 70 social housing units. I'm trying to figure out what it is that's above and beyond the 20%. And also in the social housing, is it still what we expect elsewhere? According to our bylaws, only 1/3 of the social housing is at Hills and the rest is at rental. I just need verification of that.
Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Garrison to speak to the specifics, but this is unique in that we'd have an opportunity to replace the existing units. We'd be able to expand that to include maybe up to an additional 70 units, and the remainder would be secured market rental. So that was very intriguing to us. In addition to that, the Cambie kind of catacorner, I'm kind of looking at a slide here that I have the benefit that you don't, has approved additional heights in the 35, 32 story here we go, range. So the other three quadrants have significantly higher building heights. Now, we're not asking the council to approve 24 or 27. We might go through an analysis and decide that that's not desirable here. What we wanted to ask is for permission to just take this under consideration and do a fulsome review of it. And maybe Dan can talk to
Yeah, so the project as proposed would be about 22% of the floor area and units as non-market. On these sites, it's not actually an inclusionary housing site. The actual policy here is not for 20%. It's to renew and then maximize the amount of non-market housing on the site, understanding that a private component might be required in order to facilitate that happening financially. So part of what is driving the density and the unit mix that you're seeing here is the fact that the private development that's being proposed is rental rather than strata. Were it strata development, we might be able to secure a larger component or a larger proportion as non-market because of the increased value of strata floor area, but both the applicant's interest in delivering rental housing, the appropriateness of rental housing in this location, accessible to transit, all those things make us think that it was worth bringing to you this opportunity, which proposes meeting some rental housing objectives, some non-market housing objectives, and the renewal of the co-op objectives, kind of all in one package.
Great. Thank you. That introduction would have probably been good, because I think that probably would have been in the introduction. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Councillor DeGenova, you have 15 seconds.
I was just going to move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great.
That's it.
Thanks. And seconded. We do have speakers.
So sorry.
That's all right. Great. So that's it for councillors' questions, and we can move to speakers. And we have Aziz Ibrahim, yes, Emily Eng, and Jared Morani. Mr. Ibrahim,
hi.
Thanks for coming today, and you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
That should be enough. Thank you. Good afternoon, the mayor and the council. My name is Aziz, and I'm here on behalf of Ashlimar Housing Cooperative members in support of this issue report. And Ashlimar Housing members started working on this project on 2015, and because our existing building structures were old and nearing the end of their life expectancy. And also our agreement with CMHC were coming to an end. And of course, then we are constantly hearing unaffordability and housing crisis in Vancouver. And we had the realization of two choices: either renovate our existing building, 54 homes, and call it a day, or try to contribute to housing crisis in Vancouver and build more homes in our site. And we met the city planners on 2015 for consultation, and they supported our initiatives, and they encouraged and said this will provide a unique opportunity to provide more affordable housing for the Vancouver communities. And so our initiatives were supported, right? So in 2020, we're still living on our deteriorating homes, which are now becoming a safety hazard for our members, many of whom are elderly and young families, while waiting the approval of our rezoning application. And I'm here asking you, the councils, to support this issue report, and please approve this issue report and make the housing priority the reality for our families. And we hope the mayor and the council can sense the urgency and instruct the city staff try to expedite this project without further delays. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You do have some questions. Councillor DeGenova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My first question is you had mentioned that your reasonings for supporting this way forward and working in a partnership type agreement were to contribute more affordable housing to the City of Vancouver. And after looking at all three ways you had mentioned, are you satisfied that this will provide the most affordable housing?
For the portion of affordable housing that we are going to be, as Ashley Mar is looking after, we are guaranteed our members to continually make the units affordable and also to make as affordable as possible, because we are non-profit, and whatever comes from the housing charge that comes from the membership is based on just budgeting purpose for maintenance and management and replacement funds.
Thanks.
So we're not for profit, so which means it's everything.
No, I understand. I have some experience in non-market, non-profit housing. My next question is, and you don't have to answer my question, it's been something I have advocated here for at this council, but will the market rental units help to offset costs for the non-market or the current members that are on site?
Without another funding, there's no way we can build those housing.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
We looked into it. That's why we looked for the partners to contribute, to give us some portion of our lands. So the fund will contribute to building more homes for more families. And we're trying to triple the size of our membership with this participation of the private partnership.
Well, thank you for contributing to housing in the city. Thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Fry and then Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Abraham, for coming and speaking to us today and for advocating for your housing co-op. Thank you. What was the response like from the rest of your board? Was it a unanimous support for this?
We, like I stated earlier, we are ready to put a shovel to the ground and start building those housing 5 years ago. But because of the complexity and the delays in the process, now we're really ready to go.
So unanimous support from the board?
It's unanimous support.
And what about concerns and conversations around temporary locating of residents when the construction's going on? And I'm assuming we're having conversations around phased construction.
Yeah, our membership's main concern was when we started looking into these options, affordability after the new building. Because now we can afford when the new building, so the housing charge doesn't go up. So our agreement in discussion with the city and with our partner that we are not going to build a house that we cannot afford to live in. So affordability was one of the main issues in which we addressed through this consultation with the city staff. And the relocation, we have trying to adapt. We're adapting this policy of the city, trying to supplement the extra cost, the relocation cost, so without causing more hardship to the membership. So we're trying to supplement the difference of the cost of living outside of the building while the new construction takes place.
And you're confident that that will work?
We're very certain about that.
Okay, thank you.
We ensured that in our agreement.
Thank you. And Councillor Carr also has a question for you.
Yes, over here. Thank you. Thanks for coming and taking the time. Just in answering other questions, it generated some questions for me, so I'm seeking clarification. You talked about looking to potentially triple the membership in your co-op. Does that mean that you have 54 members units now, and there are 90, an estimated 90 units more of social housing projected potentially? Would it be those 90 units that would combine with your 54 to increase the size of your co-op membership? Is that the idea?
The idea was whatever the city planners allow to maximize based on the revenue that's going to be generated from the private portions.
Okay, but the idea is that those social units would
those
be in the
social
co-op.
units, but right now what's proposed is we had 2 different proposals, which none of them are confirmed yet.
Yeah.
So right now they're proposing, the last proposal we had is 125 units for our members. Now, if the city will allow, or the planners will allow more for the private portions, the revenues that generates from that portion will add more units for that affordable portion.
Okay, I understand now. And in your co-op, generally speaking, are the rents that people are charged around 30% of their income?
No.
Okay, it ranges, it varies?
The rent there's what we call it market rate.
Right.
That's regular housing charges.
Yeah.
Which is normally about 15 to 20% below the area rental.
Okay.
Then the 30% is there are some people who can't afford that much. Then those are being charged, which called subsidy, at 30% of whatever income they have. Because our society, as a non-profit co-ops, guaranteed the housing. Their mandate is to provide housing for the membership.
Right.
Which means it doesn't matter whether they have it, they don't have it. They cannot get forced out of the house. But they just be in charge of 30% of whatever they are making. As long
50?
30.
30. Oh, yeah, 30. Okay, that's great. Okay, I got it. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Could you give me a ballpark number of how many people in your co-op have a household income of under about 50,000?
I'm not sure.
No.
Because this is kind of private stuff. We don't get into it.
Yeah.
We don't ask.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you can't answer, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, and that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in today, sir.
Thank you.
We have Emily Eng, followed by Murad Barani. Hi, thanks for coming in.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Emily Ing, and I'm here on behalf of Intracorp Homes. Our position today on the report is for the approval of the report. Intracorp was first connected with the Ashley Marr Housing Co-op Group back in 2015, when they recognized their 30-plus years building structures were nearing their end-of-life expectancy. Since then, we have built a partnership and relationship that can only be described as exciting, collaborative, and trusting. This isn't a new venture for Intracorp. Over the last 10 years, we've delivered more private, non-market housing than market rental in Vancouver. In contrast, we are a primary rental builder in the US, working in LA, Seattle, and Austin. Currently, we have over 3,000 rental homes under construction in the US. Our application today, described in the report, is proposing to renew 54 of the Ashley Marr Co-op's existing co-op homes, add an additional 71 new affordable housing, and bring approximately 460 plus market rental housing to the current rental supply. That's a total of close to 600 homes, all located within mere minutes of a SkyTrain station, bus loop, and major arterial connectors. As early as 2016, we have pursued discussions with city staff to try and establish a supportable form of development. Since those discussions, and based on their feedback and comments, we've submitted a total of 2 letters of inquiries, multiple LOE supplemental packages and presentations and meetings. We've held 2 developer-led open houses and submitted 2 rezoning applications. And only now are we at a council meeting to seek your approval for staff to begin formal review and processing of our application. It has been nearly 4 years since we started this process. We need to get on with this. The Ashley Marr Co-op needs us to get on with this, and the citizens of Vancouver need this. Should council approve the issues report today, we hope in the coming months and years ahead, this project proves that when everyone can come to the table with a common goal, creative and innovative solutions can be achieved to create a stronger community. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming in. I don't have any questions. Appreciate your comments, though. Thanks. And we have Gerard Morani.
Sorry, Gerard Morani actually won't be coming to speak today. He had something.
Thanks very much. And that's it for speakers list. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and sharing your thoughts. So now we can move to, now we can have the motion moved. Moved. Motion moved, seconded. Councillor Boyle, thank you. And we can now go for vote or debate. If people like to speak to this, go right ahead. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I actually think this is would be these places where we already have nonprofit and social housing, especially when they own their own land. It's a perfect place to rezone for social housing. I really hope I hear what the co-op is saying, that they have to have Intercorp in on this, but if there's some way that we could get it to all be non-market and not have to pay for the developer profit and increase the affordability, I think that would be really good. According to my calculations here, if you assume that a third of the co-op units are for people under 50 grand, and then the other 30% hills for the social housing. Of the total almost 600 units, we'd only have about 7% for people under 60 grand, when people in that category are 50% of renters. So we're not building the right supply, even when we have nonprofit-owned land, even when we have a nonprofit trying to build it. I know there's a huge problem with senior governments not putting in the right amount of money, but we got to do better than this. And if there's any way we can increase the affordability, and I think it would be great to increase the affordability. And also, when we're looking at those other sites, I'm restraining myself from putting in an amendment to say that we'll do this only if it's non-market housing, because I don't think the co-op would be able to proceed that way. But I think that's the direction that we should be going, and so I'll vote for it. But I really, really hope that we can start using nonprofit land for nonprofit housing and keep it out of the market, which all these rental units won't be out of the market.
Thank you. Councillor Deschanel.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I was pleased to move the motion. Also wanted to thank the speakers who came out to speak. I suppose one is part of the applicant team and one from the co-op. And I appreciate that it's difficult to make things work considering we're in an affordability crisis. I understand that we have moved up a list we might not have wanted to move up, and we've been named the second least affordable city in the world on a recent global list. I don't want to see us ever win #1 place on that list. I'm very concerned, I'll say, by some of the comments that were made. I strongly disagree that we should be ghettoizing housing and having separate social housing buildings. In fact, I found it very moving last term when, for the reasons of legal agreements and airspace parcels, there was a huge outcry from the community that 2 playgrounds would be separate. It would be the social housing playground and the market housing playground. And it wasn't because the applicant wanted to do that. It was because legally in our guidelines set that out. And I really appreciated the work that staff did and that council heard that. And I don't want to quote it, but I believe that was a unanimous decision to move forward and to make the necessary improvements so that a kid playing on one side of the playground wouldn't have to think, I can't play on the other side of the playground because my parents don't make as much money as that person's parents. So I think that our housing approach and our housing strategy goes in the right direction because people may be paying different amounts of rent. Maybe inside their apartments even have slightly different finishings, or they've chosen to make upgrades themselves later on. but everyone's door is the same, and I think that that is so important. I think that it's integral to the success of a model that truly supports affordable housing. I know that it's something that the BC Nonprofit Housing Association has spoken to here at Council before, and I appreciate the fact that this co-op could have just chosen to rebuild their own housing, and instead, it's about giving back to the community and finding a way for not only their project to sustain itself, but also to welcoming more people into the co-op and growing it by I understand by 3 times. So for that reason, I wholeheartedly support this, but I wanted to say that if an amendment were to come forward, that would essentially, in my opinion, ghettoize or move away from the model that we've tried to move forward towards, which is to integrate housing and to bring people together regardless of their income, regardless of their status for whether or not they need shelter rate housing, if they need non-market housing, housing at the hills levels. I think that we have to start somewhere, and I see this as a great example in moving forward. Really appreciate staff's insight as to how this would affect the MARPOA plan. I have been a little bit concerned about the MARPOA plan, especially when there's the opportunity to build more rental, and that plan, for lack of better words, handcuffs people from wanting to move forward. So thanks to staff for the work on this, thanks to those who came out to speak, and really see this being the first of many projects, hopefully, where the possibilities are creative and innovative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kurbia.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief because I know that we have a number of items in front of council, but I think that this is signals an innovative approach to both renew the co-op housing, deliver additional social housing, as well as additional much badly needed market rental units. I think that we have to be realistic that the operating agreements with the federal government for these co-ops is expiring, and with the lack of support coming to fill that gap, what we have potentially is the private sector stepping in to fill that if we are smart about how we do it. And so I think I do appreciate kind of the out-of-the-box thinking, if I can put it that way, from staff and from the co-ops to look at bringing forward new models, because this is not an issue that's specific to this one area in the city. We're seeing it in other neighborhoods, and it could be quite informative moving forward. Having said that, I think that the tests that we're going to have to put on it, and there's goals listed in here, such as maintaining or potentially improving the level of affordability, for example, growing the number of units, that we are really holding ourselves very close and accountable to those goals, so that when they come back, we can say that there is far more public benefit in these proposals, and if we took a different strategy. And I realize that we'll get to a lot of the specifics when we go through the rezoning detailed discussions on each project, but that's what I'll be looking for as an individual councillor, to see that we are staying true to those principles. So we are rehousing the people that are already there in the co-op units, we're maintaining hopefully the comparable level of affordability, we're adding the new, and we're getting additional public benefit there with the rental. So if we can achieve that, I think that would be pretty fantastic. So I think we should give it a shot and try. It's a tall order, but we have to do something different because we don't have the federal support anymore. So I appreciate everybody kind of coming to the table to look at things differently. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for speakers. So I can call a vote on this report. Great. That's passed unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. We're up against the clock again with this council meeting scheduled to stop at 5. So I'm going to try to move through the bylaws quickly, but of course we'll see how it goes. We have 13 bylaws on the agenda for consideration. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public enactment bylaws must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting if they wish to vote. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing on January 21st. Councillor Dejanova, you were absent for portion. Have you reviewed? Thank you. Bylaws 8 to 13 are from public hearing of January 28th. Councillor Bly declared a conflict of interest on the item related to these bylaws. Councillor Weave, you were absent for the portion of the public hearing. Have you reviewed the proceedings? You won't be voting. Okay. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? Okay. Councillor, sorry, I've got Councillor Carr on the list first, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great, yes, thank you. Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a point of information to staff.
Okay.
I've alerted staff as to this, so I believe that staff are here. And it is around specifically bylaws 8 through 13.
Yep.
And my question is it possible to pass those with the deletion of the words in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan?
I don't have any idea.
And yeah.
So through the city manager, I see.
Sure. Susan Haid, Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. Thank you for sending the question in advance. I just wanted to highlight, first of all, that bylaws 8 through 13 are implementing the Grandview Woodland Plan and our district schedules to implement policies in the plan that were the discussion of council at recent public hearing. So council approved the policies and approved in principle the district schedules. The implementation of the Grandview Woodland Plan has been under discussion and part of consultation with the community for the last couple of years. So there's been extensive consultation. So this is really a due process, and we have done this in many other community plans, most recently in the Marpole Community Plan and also Joyce Collingwood Plan, where we note those amendments to the plan on the cover. But to the specific question regarding the potential to delete language in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan, we did consult with law. Technically, those words can be removed. They do not impact the veracity of the bylaws of those district schedules. However, law does not advise that it is beneficial to remove that language, mainly from a transparency perspective and the potential of misunderstanding from the public perception that we are amending a bylaw without going back to public hearing. So ultimately, it's council's purview to make that decision. Again, it won't impact the content and the veracity of the bylaw. However, we are a little bit concerned about just transparency and confusion.
Right.
Thanks.
Another point of information, Mr. Mayor? Sure. Yeah, great, thank you. You mentioned that other plans have had the changes to them summarized on cover. Is it possible to not have the changes embedded in the plan, which I know was the process at public hearing last time, and instead have the changes as an addendum or on the cover, but not changing the original text itself?
Yes, it is possible. Our practice has been to, to amend the document so that the policy within the document is current and identify the amending date on the cover. However, in discussion with staff on the Grandview Woodland Plan, staff are certainly willing to amend the document fulsomely so that people are looking at a current document, but include an attachment or an addendum that shows specifically where those changes are made, such as a red line version. We are concerned that any applicants, members of the community, are looking at current policy when they're submitting, for example, an inquiry or consulting with current policy. But the details of that could be provided with an addendum.
Great. Mr. Mayor, I have a third question, a point of information.
About the 5 minutes.
And that is, Ms. Haid, what would be the process whereby staff would proceed with including a red line version or an addendum that identifies exactly where the changes are to the Grandview Woodland Plan?
We don't need a motion per se. We can certainly take that on advisement, and that is the intent, just based on the feedback from the community and from council. So staff can certainly commit to doing that. And again, we recommend that the language within the body of the report be current, but the addendum be provided. And we can certainly take that either just as a friendly recommendation, but it's in action already.
Friendly recommendation offered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Haid.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I was just thinking if you were going to deal with these all together, it would be good if they could be severed.
Okay, you'd like a separate vote on?
8 to 13.
8 to 13. I think we can do that, right, Clerk? Right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
I have a point of information also,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, and it's on, it actually came of some of the questions asked by Councillor Carr. When we voted, and I was just trying to pull it up at the public hearing, because this was a matter addressed and dealt with in public hearing, I am wondering, did the language that was circulated and was in the policy report suggest that this bylaw would be changed with this particular language?
In the report, there were recommendations that were for policy amendment that were approved by council, and then recommendations regarding the district schedule amending bylaws.
Okay, and it did say amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for it to try and find it in time, and I didn't. So that would be the transparency that we voted on something at public hearing that passed, that brought us to this place, but now we'd be amending the language that we voted on in the public hearing process. Is that correct?
It's consistent with what was at the public hearing and the intent of the amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Haid. I also attended several First Shaughnessy hearings for many reasons, and just in noting that things are done a certain way, and you understand more about this than me, I'm going to ask, if we were to change that language, could there be a legal challenge or an application brought before council to reconsider or to move, or where we would have to redo the issue, item, or public hearing because it did not align with the policy that council passed afterwards?
If I'm understanding the question specifically, as law has advised, if we were to remove the language that was in question in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan, we could proceed. It would not impact the content of the bylaw. It is not advised from a staff perspective purely for confusion, a potential of confusion from the public and transparency throughout the process.
Thanks. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough. Just a follow-up to that, if possible.
Maybe I missed.
No. You did answer many of my questions in there, and I appreciate the information. Just the last part of my question was, is this more likely, or sorry, not more likely, does this leave us more open to legal challenge and having to repeat a public hearing again, as we've had to do in a previous term, if we were to change the language here that was shown in the public hearing document that we voted on?
I would want to get a legal opinion on what specifically we're talking about changing, but just as a general rule, if there are changes in density and use, they automatically require a bylaw to go back to referral, to amendment, referral, and public hearing. So that's a general approach.
Thank you. Thank you. Point of information through you, Mr. Mayor.
That's what you're doing. Yep.
Yep, but through you, because it would be for a legal opinion specifically. And I understand Ms. Haid's here, and I appreciate that answer. But I understood that my legal question would need to be answered by legal. It was specifically in passing language that we did at public hearing. In amending this language now, does it leave us more likely, or is there a greater possibility of challenge? And I understood that the answer was to confirm that with legal.
So, but also I'm sorry, just to reiterate the earlier comment that law did review the question regarding the potential or any interest in deleting the language of bylaws 8 through 13 in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan, and indicated that that is okay. It could proceed. We wouldn't anticipate a legal challenge. The concern is really about potential confusion from the public. So
yes, and if that's a reason for the legal challenge, was going to be my legal question. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to concur with what Susan said. Generally, we would not recommend changing titles when it gets to this stage. You've been through a public hearing, And the way that I understand that this is being discussed is really just changing the title of the report, not actually changing the bylaw.
I have 4 seconds left.
Nonetheless, we would not recommend doing it.
I will not be supporting anyone or an amendment or motion to change the title of the bylaw.
Thanks very much. Councillor Harbeck?
Yes, so I did submit an amendment to the clerk for amendments 8 through 13, which does suggest that we remove the words "in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan" from the proposed bylaws, amendments 8 through 13, as the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, especially as we've heard from the Grandview community groups, that they feel that there was inadequate public consultation around these amendments in the broader context of the Grandview Woodlands Plan. My understanding is this does not impede in any way our approval of bylaws 8 through 13, but I think would go a long way in satisfying the community, particularly of Grandview Woodlands, that we are listening to their concerns about a more complete review of and public consultation around future amendments to the Grandview Woodlands Plan. So I have provided that, and I was going to ask some of the questions that Councillor Carr has already asked, and anyhow, I think it's an important and in some ways cosmetic change, but one that will have a large impact on the Grandview Woodlands community and trust in council. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to, sure, Councillor Swanson. Yep.
Have the letters bigger. Even bigger?
Okay, thanks. Point of privilege. Anything else, Councillor Harbeck?
No, that's just it. I'm not suggesting that we not approve the bylaws, only that we remove the "in accordance with the amended" as described.
Okay, I'm just going to take 1 second here. Thanks. Okay, Council, so what we'll do is we'll go through the first 7, and then we'll come to the 8th bylaw. So, so I need a motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 7, which seem to be outside of this. Okay, thank you. I saw Councillor Hardwick first, Councillor Dominato second. So, and a few of you have said you're not going to vote or vote on various things, so let's remind you of that. And so we're okay, clerk, to call the vote on 1 to 7. Can you throw up, or we just do it by hand, right? Okay, so all in favor of 1 to 7? Anybody opposed? Great. Okay, so now we're going to go 8 to 13, and we would do those all separately anyway because the vote's severed. So I need a mover for bylaw 8, and then we'll have to amend each one as we go. Sure, Councillor Swanson.
I don't care if they're all separate, just that the 8 to 13 are separate from the 1 to 7.
That's right. We just voted for 1 to 7. They passed, and now we're on number 8. Thanks. And so, so number 8, I need moved.
Moved and amended as described.
Oh, we could move it with the amended language, clerk. Can we do that? Just 1 second. Okay, so we can move these with amended language. And we're, 1 second. So I've got point of procedure, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I don't believe we voted on the amended language, so I'm not sure how.
We're going to do it. Yeah, you don't have to vote. You can move reports with amended language. Right? We're going to do each one because the vote was asked to sever each bylaw 8 to 13, that we'd have a separate vote on each of the bylaws. We have to move each one of them separately, and as we move it, we can either move it with amended language or we could amend it as it's on the floor. Is that okay?
Point of privilege, I wonder if we can get a legal opinion on the validity of the amendments?
The validity of the amendments. We've had an extensive conversation, and they don't affect the content of the bylaw. They're only for the title.
I'm just wondering if we might, that came from staff, and I appreciate that, but it didn't come from our legal counsel.
And that's not a privilege. That's a point of information, and you need the floor to.
Then can we seek a legal? Can we seek a legal opinion on that?
That's
prior
not
to
a
council voting and defer this item?
Have to wait for a point of information. Would be you'll need the floor for that. So right now, Councillor Hardwick has the floor.
I'll wait and I'll.
Yeah, again, my understanding was both from Ms. Hade's comments and the city manager's comments that this had been discussed and that there was not a problem with legal or otherwise removing the in accordance with the amended Grandview Woodland Community Plan language.
So you have time for, is this a point of information then?
Well, I was just confirming, so yes.
Okay, it is a point of information, okay.
I can confirm that law has engaged on this and has indicated that changing the title of the report is not a problem. However, I must clarify that it is incorrect because the plan has been amended. So we have an amended plan. So changing the title, it's an incorrect act because actually the plan's been updated. And so you can do it. It's not illegal, but it's not correct, and it's up to council to decide how you want to proceed.
Okay, thanks. So at this point, Councillor Hardwick has the floor, and you have moved the motion with amended language. And we're staying there. So do we have a seconder for this one? We have a seconder. So we're on the floor now, on the main queue. Does anybody wish to, I have some folks, Councillor Hardwick, do you want to say anything to this?
No, again, it would be nice to not have to go through each and every one of these in identical form, but if that's what we have to do.
Because the vote is severed anyway, so.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'd like to amend what's on the floor, but I'm not sure exactly the language, so I haven't sent it in. I'd like to amend out the amendments is what I'm proposing, to put the original language back on the floor, but because the amendment wasn't circulated, I don't actually have the language in front of me to.
Okay.
But to place the original.
Okay. So
language back on the floor.
Okay, so that's seconded now. So we're on an amendment queue. So what we're deciding on, debating on now, is whether or not to return the original language. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was on the queue. I know there have been a number of points.
Hardwick had the floor.
Agreed, but I meant when Councillor Hardwick, there was no queue to put myself on. I understand. I'll move forward from here, but I understand, and I would like to know, and I still haven't had my point of information answered. I understand, and I appreciate the city manager saying it is incorrect, but does something now, this is a new question, point of information for you, and this would be a legal question, so I would suggest a recess, would incorrect language leave us more likely to be open to a legal challenge on this?
Okay, thanks. City manager, any thoughts on that?
Thanks, yes. We've talked to law about this, and as I've already said, the amendment is incorrect, but it does not make us more liable for legal action. You're not changing the body of the bylaw. You're just changing the title. So the answer is no, it doesn't produce legal liabilities for us, although it's incorrect.
And you still have 2 minutes.
I understand. Mr. Mayor, under section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw. Because this is incorrect, I would like you to call the language that's currently on the floor out of order, which would bring us back to the regular language, which I think Councillor Boyle was trying to move forward with.
I will check quickly, and we'll just see if it's in order.
Just want you to know, right here. It can be conflicts with law or bylaw, I think.
Okay, so where we are is this. We are in an amendment queue that would return the report title to the original language. That is in order, but because the title is incorrect, that would actually be out of order in the first place. But because of where we are, according to the charter, and we could give you the section if you like, but it's actually you're not allowed to put things forward that are incorrect. So that is incorrect. However, because we're not in that queue, we have to come back and deal with the amendment, which would return the bylaw title to the original structure, and that should get us out of this problem. Is that full enough description?
I'd like to know which queue we're in then, Mr. Mayor.
We are in the amendment queue. Councillor Boyle has moved an amendment that has been seconded to basically return the title to its original form rather than as amended.
Okay.
Are you okay then?
I'm fine with that, but if that doesn't pass, I'll ask you to call.
Sure, and that's that's what we'll do. Councillor Domino, anything on this one? We had a seconder. Councillor Boyle, do we have a seconder for your amendment? I thought we had. Councillor Dejanova, do you seconded Councillor Boyle? Great. Okay, thanks. Councillor Domino, do you have anything you want to add to this?
I had a point of information, but it's been clarified now, but I do support the proposed amendment by Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I obviously don't support the amendment. I take exception also with but there's nothing I can do about it, but I'm sure that the people in Grandview Woodlands will be paying attention.
Okay, thanks. That's it for the speaking queue. So we'll vote on the amendment, which would return the report to the original title. Councillor Bly, I can't vote on this one, I don't think. So that has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Fry, and Carr in opposition. That's right. Right. Okay, thanks. So we are back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, anything else to add? Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the bylaw as it's currently worded. I found that actually 8.7 section B. It's really helpful to have this PDF on my screen now. Yep. So if a bylaw were to conflict with a law or a bylaw that we already have, and we do have a bylaw for that, so I was happy I was able to find that in time. That being said, if any council member wishes to reconsider their vote and wants to put that on the record, they can bring forward a motion of reconsideration instead of just perhaps voting against a bylaw. I think that I just want to make sure that I am also in discussion and debate, encouraging council to stand up for what you believe in. And I know we had a public hearing. This is just housekeeping, a lot of these bylaws. But if there's something you don't believe in, then you definitely should move something forward. And I did in the West End when I understood the ramifications that would come to us with the participatory parking. So I'm just saying that there is a way and a process, and I've been very thankful for staff's help in helping me through that process before. So there's a proper way to do that, but I wouldn't want to leave us open to legal action. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion as is.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
No, that's a holdover. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. And I don't think that they're, from staff's point of view, they did not indicate that there would be legal action. They reviewed that for us, and I appreciate staff coming in, and I appreciate the response back to the questioning on this. I'm going to support this bylaw as is. The language has been restored. But the reason I am, and I understand the concerns of the community completely, but in the discussions by staff being present, I really heard them say that they will take as direction the preparation of an addendum that summarizes the changes that were made at public hearing that would be attached to the plan. So it would be very clear that the plan, yes, it's changed as a legal document, but these are the specific line changes, because the wording is very important to many people in the community, the wording that was in the plan, and now it's been changed. So I take comfort in that, and I very much appreciate staff hearing those concerns and taking it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
Councillor Carr I can take your point in this, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to be taking an opposite one, and that is we heard loud and clear from the community that they found the lack of public consultation around these changes to the community plan objectionable. And we also heard from staff that we could make these changes, which were considered cosmetic and would have gone a long way. But as a result of having this overturned, I feel now that I am obliged to vote against these bylaws, which saddens me. It was certainly not my intent. I think we could have found a place. Now, I'm interested in what Councillor DiGenova had to say about making changes, but I don't think that those are things that could be accomplished on the floor right here and now in respect of number 8 through 13, but I will be pursuing that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we now will vote on bylaw number 8 with the original title. And we can just do it by hand, right? Right, recorded vote then. Okay. Okay, Councillor Wiebe-Boyle. Okay, and that's passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We're going to move to bylaw number 9 now. Somebody want to move bylaw number? Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Seconded, Councillor Boyle. If you'd like to speak to this, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if other bylaws were held or if we could vote on bylaws 9 through...
We were asked to sever all of them.
My apologies.
Yep, okay.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No problem. So I don't see anybody else in the queue. Do we want to call a vote on number 9 then? Did I miss something? No? Did I miss something? Somebody. Okay, so I'm informed now that unless Councillor Swanson wants each vote separately, we can vote all as a batch. Is that okay, Councillor Swanson? Okay, so we'll have one vote now on 9 to 13. Move 9 to 13, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Hardwick opposed. Councillor Swanson opposed. Those have passed. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, let's see. We're closing it on 5. It is 20 to 5. 4 administrative motions on the agenda. Does anybody wish to hold any of these? And I'll come back to you in the queue. Councillor DiGenova, you wanted to hold an administrative report?
I did not, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping to move forward with a motion to extend the meeting to complete the business. At least until notice of council members' motions or new business.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to extend to hear council right to the end, I guess. Eh? There will be some debate on
notice of
private
motion.
motions because we have a seconder. So we have a motion on the floor then.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to be very clear. It was just down until inquiries and other matters. If we don't get to that by 5 p.m., then I would suggest that just not be included.
Okay. Sure.
schedule, do we not have a hard start at 6 o'clock for
We
the
do.
Court of Revision? So is this motion
To extend.
to extend only until 6 p.m.?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, that wasn't stated. I needed a clarification
sure.
on that.
Okay. So everybody's clear on what we're voting on in terms of extension? Okay, so all in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Hardwick opposed. That's passed. So administrative motions, let me just look here. Camera reports, bylaws, administrative motions. Okay. Councillor Dejanova, you have anything else? Anybody wish to hold administrative motions, Councillor Carr?
No.
Okay, thank you. So, yep, I have a motion okay, thank you. Seconder? Great, thank you very much. All in favor? Any opposed? Those have all passed, thank you. So the four administrative motions have passed. Now we have our council members' motions. The first one is the request for leave of absence. Councillor Carr, for personal reasons, for meetings Thursday, April 9th from 3 p.m. onwards. Councillor Bly, Tuesday, February 25th, 6 p.m. onwards. And me for personal reasons for meetings on Tuesday, February 18th. Thank you. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? Those have passed. Thanks very much. Motion number 2 is changes to the February and April business license hearing panels. Somebody like to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Hardwick seconded. All in favor? Point of you just put yourself on the queue. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, yeah.
I understand that these business hearings have been subsequently canceled, so is this not redundant? I believe they've been removed from councillor schedules. Perhaps the clerk can confirm.
I don't know. February is canceled, but not April. So we'll move. So the motion on notice is changes to the April business license hearing panels.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we've had this moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, those have been passed. Thank you. Motion number 3 is transparency and accountability at Little Mountain, which is to be moved by Councillor Boyle. And just put yourself on the list, Councillor Boyle. Then you have up to 2 minutes to introduce with a round of questions of up to 1 minute. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I've been hearing concerns from residents and neighbors about the loss of housing at Little Mountain, the vacant lot, and the lack of transparency and public accountability about the deal that was signed there for many years. As council knows, the city has pretty limited jurisdiction here. It was provincial land, was sold by the previous provincial government, and it's now owned by a private developer. Our jurisdiction's very limited to the land use piece. I heard, as I believe all of council did, from the neighbourhood group, Riley Park, South Cambie Community Visions, asking the council support the community in calling for transparency and accountability in making this public agreement public through this supporting this FOI. In our city, there's a large vacant lot where there used to be social housing. And in the midst of a housing crisis where we desperately need places for people to live, residents are upset about it. They continue to be upset about it and want more information. It's in the interest of the city and in the interest of our residents to find out what the provisions were in this contract to inform our decisions for the future and to to continue to strengthen public trust that good decisions are being made in support of alleviating the housing crisis that's impacting so many around us.
Thanks very much. Great. So you have a question from Councillor Dejanova.
I have my time reset, Mr. Mayor. I know it's only 2 seconds.
Here, Councillor Boyle. Great. So go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Councillor Boyle, I was just wondering, you had talked about public transparency on provincially owned land that is partnered with or bought by private developers. So I'm just wondering why Pearson Dogwood with Ani wasn't included in this, why it's only specifically Little Mountain, why that's not included here as well.
This is specifically in in response to request from the neighborhood about this specific issue and a particular 2 FOI attempts to make this public. So I haven't heard the same thing about the other neighborhood, and
All right.
this is pretty focused.
Thanks so much. I was wondering also, do you have any concerns that this could put funding in jeopardy for any of the units in sending the wrong message to the provincial government? Did you have any apprehension of that in funding for this project moving forward, considering how long it's taken?
No, I don't have concerns about that. I think there's a shared goal of transparency on these issues, and I don't see why knowing what the deal was would impact any of.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Up to a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Boyle for bringing forward the motion. I just had a question, a clarification. If you know if a complaint has been filed with the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, or has there been a request to review this matter by his office?
It's a good question to ask of speakers tomorrow. My understanding is the FOI went in. The information that came back was very heavily redacted, which we all heard about in the media as well. And so then a appeal was filed to make public non-redacted versions, and so that's the state that it's in, and support from the city in that kind of application, particularly in naming that it's in the interest of the city that this information be public, which I think it is for future decisions, is part of how that appeal process works.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with the speakers as well as maybe the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. My question is that in the media, I did read that the developer Holborn has indicated constraints regarding the delivery of the social housing on site, and is seeking to have the contract disclosed under FIPPA. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I don't, but again, my sense is it's great if they want the contract public. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, disclosed under the Freedom of Privacy and Information, yeah.
I mean, what I would say in response is I hear a lot of distrust about what developers say they're able to produce, and I think having more information about what that land deal was, what the provisions in terms of replacement of housing and timelines were, helps us to figure out in our tool of land use how we can do best by our residents on that land.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Right. So, sorry. Yep, seconder. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Thank you. So, I have request to speak. So, the council like to, yep. So, we'll move to refer and seconder for that one. Thanks very much. We have to second the motion first, right? We have to do it twice. Right. Yep. And, right, seconder, we had a seconder on that one? I think so. And so all in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. So the motion is referred to standing committee meeting tomorrow. The next one is the Cultural Spaces Rent Bank. And I'm going to put yourself on the queue.
Can I ask a point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes.
Just to clarify that our current process is we're referring with a hard start for speakers at 3 p.m. tomorrow?
No, I think that's been removed. Maybe the clerk can clarify when it will start tomorrow. Added to the end of the agenda.
Okay.
So there's no hard start.
Okay.
That was through the pilot, and we decided not to proceed with that.
Okay. Do we have any estimate on? No.
We do not.
Yeah. Okay.
That's part of the reason why we're doing it at 3, but maybe we can return to that. Councillor Fry, on the rent bank.
Yeah, I guess
2 minutes.
in introducing this and not repeating the motion as it's preambled, I'll just tell a little story about a time many, many years ago, and I'll pepper it with lots of 90s references for those of us who can remember the 90s. Back in the early 90s, I had what we called an artist resource center, and we had silk screening co-op and desktop publishing and music rehearsal space. And I had a few side hustles to keep it going. I was working as an IATSE permittee with 391 painting movie sets and doing construction. I was waiting tables. And then I got hit by a drunk driver as I was delivering stickers for a Riot Girl band who was going on tour with Bad Brains. And in the urgency to get them their stickers, I was out, I got hit by a drunk driver, everything came crashing down because suddenly I couldn't afford to do my side hustles. We couldn't support the Artist Resource Center, and within a matter of a month, it all just came crashing down. And at that point, there was no, I didn't have good credit. I had bad credit at that point in my life, and there was no options available to actually keep things going. And a little bit of bridge funding would have made the biggest difference. So flash forward to today, I'm an elected city councilor, and we all hear the stories from different cultural venues and cultural spaces where they're struggling to just meet that unexpected financial impact. And we do have a lot of great grant programs here at the City of Vancouver, including some emergency cultural infrastructure grants. However, the rigor to get those grants can often be quite onerous in and of itself. We know through the Vancouver Rent Bank, which has recently expanded with a $10 million cash injection from the province of British Columbia to expand rent banks province-wide, that rent banks are an essential tool between housing and homelessness, and that little intervention with bridge funding can make the biggest difference for folks in housing, and by extension, I feel that there's an opportunity to do this with cultural spaces and making a low or no interest loan available to cultural practitioners if they need that bridge funding. I've gone over this with staff, and they think that it really actually does address a big gap in our toolbox for addressing some of the challenges for cultural spaces in our city. So that is the impetus behind a cultural spaces rent bank that I put before you today.
Okay, thanks very much. So we have Councillor Kirby-Yung with a question. In just 1 second here, I'll get Councillor Fry's mic on. So please go ahead. Oh.
It's on my mic. I didn't even change the queue.
Okay, so I'm just going to reset this. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thanks for this, Councillor Fry. Picking up on your lexicon around something else in our toolbox, I guess my question to you is, what are the most important tools in the toolbox, do you think, in terms of magnitude of this issue of people needing a short-term rent assist versus really focusing on perhaps the broader issue of just availability and affordability of art space for
I don't think it's an either or. I do think that we do, and we are, through our cultural spaces as part of the Culture Shift strategy, we are looking at that as well. I
guess my question was really around magnitude. Like, how would you characterize the incidence of this issue relative to the broad issue of availability and affordability of space?
Again, I'm not sure that it's an either or. It's for unexpected emergencies like getting hit by a drunk driver and breaking your leg. Sometimes you just have no opportunity to just bridge that particular funding gap. And a lot of cultural spaces are going on a month-to-month kind of thing where the
Okay, and in my last 9 seconds, because you went short a minute, would you rather have money from the Innovation Fund going towards permanently providing affordable space or a couple of short-term rent assists?
It is a capital pool, so it's ongoing. So I would actually like to see this as an ongoing replenishable pool.
Thank
and we're at the 1 minute. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry, we're both liaisons to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. I'm just wondering, has this been something that you have flown by them? Have they endorsed this?
We did discuss that at the last ACAC.
Was it endorsed?
Enthusiastic support. There wasn't quorum.
So there was no endorsement of this?
Okay. There was not quorum, so no, there wasn't.
Okay. And in your recommendations, did you consider including that you would bring this for a formal motion of the committee?
I've referred it back to staff, so that could be an amendment that would be considerable for including them in that process.
And because it talks about having a report back before the end of 2020, this isn't included in the current budget. So further to Councillor Kirby-Young's questions, where do you expect the money or staff resourcing and time to come for?
Well, I did suggest an opportunity for the Innovation Fund, but also for staff to report back, including on partnerships, so not necessarily entirely funded through the City of Vancouver.
That's
with the Vancouver rent. Oh.
That's my time.
Okay.
Great. Thank you,
Lightning
Councillor
round.
Donato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just take out from there. The Vancouver Rent Bank, I tried to get this information about what seed funding went into that, but it does have partners. I know you're proposing that we seed it with our funds. Do you think it's possible to seed a cultural rent bank without city funding if we could bring in partners and simply have it that money pooled? So
I think that's probably possible. I think part of the seeding would give the operational capacity to actually move it forward. So with the Vancouver Rent Bank, it started off with Vancouver seed money, but Vancouver Foundation, Landlord BC, Hollyburn, the Guister Foundation, a bunch of players have since come on board since Vancouver sort of led the initiative and supported NICIS in creating the first Vancouver Rent Bank. we've seen lots of willing partners come on board when they see the viability of it and the potential for it.
You also, just on that, do you think there's potentially an opportunity to look at a credit union, for example, like a partner like Van City that has focused on social enterprise as opposed to the city investing those dollars?
Absolutely. So Van City is a partner in the Vancouver Rent Bank, and they're also a partner in the BC Rent Bank, which is just getting underway now.
That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it for questions. Would somebody like to second the motion? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Is there any discussion? Because we don't have any speakers. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I'm torn on this one because I'm a big supporter of our arts and culture sector, I think, as everybody knows, and I do know that sometimes this can be a shorter term issue. I remain convinced this is not something that I get emails about or when I'm out in the community and talking to folks.
I don't know what's happening here. We're having...
that they bring up. What they bring up time and time again is the fact that they are losing their space, that the space is disappearing or that their rent is going up, and it's the affordability of the space. And so providing that short-term help, while it might be very meaningful to a few individuals, it's not going to help them with the overall long-term ability to afford the space. And I look at the fact, I'm seeing emails today, we're going to have another dozen motions coming forward from council for our next meeting. That if we keep going at that pace, that's 20 or 24 a month, and we're sending a lot of signals to staff and staff time to spend time and work on this. And I would really love us as a council to figure out what are the biggest issues facing the different sectors, whether it's small business or arts and culture, and let's focus on the ones that are going to make the most difference. And we have limited funds, and so we did have an earlier motion that I brought forward on industrial lands, and that which council supported unanimously, and that asked for looking at the exploration of potential for a pilot on city-owned land to provide affordable space for artists, similar to what we do in terms of using our land for residential to provide it for social housing. And I think that's where we're going to get the greater bang for our buck, so to speak, or the greater interest. And it does cost time and money to do these things. And so it's not that I also don't have any stats to suggest the magnitude of this issue, and it's quantified. And I appreciate Councillor Fry's comments, it's not either or, but it actually does come down to that sometimes when it's dollars and cents and time. And I just haven't heard of this quantified as the issue. I had the chance to meet with folks from the Eastside Culture Crawl, for example, last week, that had just put out this report, A City Without Art. And they were really speaking to it, and they said, that wasn't on our radar. We're really focused on the availability and affordability of space. So in the initial conversations I've had, I'm just not seeing as pressing a need for this as I am for dealing with the space availability and affordability issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a point of information on this. Sure. Thanks so much. And it's more about staff work, staff time, and considering staff have said they're already stretched beyond right now what council has put before them in member motions. I'm just wondering if staff feel that they can actually report back on this before the end of 2020. I asked Councillor Fry this question. He said the money would come from the Innovation Fund, but usually that's money we grant out to the community, not money that we take in for our own staff to spend time on motions. So I'm just hoping that question could be answered. And if not, when would be appropriate? Because I'd be happy to amend it to that.
I'm not sure. So it's a point of information?
It's a point of information as to how staff feel. We've heard several times over that staff are really stretched, and to go beyond the current budget right now would be hard. And right now it asks for Q4 2020. So I'm just wondering how that will fit in the plan right now, or if there's a more realistic time frame. I'm still waiting for a motion from last March to be reported back on.
Answer from the city manager, if we approve this, any sense of the amount of staff time it would take to move this cultural spaces rent bank forward? I believe in the information sheet you provide us, there's some evidence of that or some indication of that. Do you have anything else to add? Well, I try to buy you time to think about that by introducing the question in a very long way.
Thanks. We did just, council did just approve Culture Shift, so we've got a lot of work on our plates already. And so new things in different directions mean adjusting work plans. The rent bank that we've used for housing has been extremely successful. And so I can understand the interest here. I think this was contemplated in Culture Shift, and so it's not like it's going in a different direction, but it will divert work, divert staff from other work. I think being able to report back with some general directions probably isn't a ton of extra work for council to consider what a future program could look like. So I guess I'd say, yes, each of these motions takes considerable staff time and redirects us from other work.
Okay, thank you. Senator, your question?
That is, I have just forwarded an amendment or referral motion over, and that would be that, I mean, there are a number of motions that have been costed out and included in our budget. And Councillor Fry and I have the opportunity to sit down with staff every few months and go over that as Chair and Vice Chair of Finance. I do think that this good work needs to be done, and I'd also like to, didn't want to prescribe what Councillor Fry was going to do with a formal motion or endorsement, perhaps from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee as a liaison to that. But I wanted to refer this back to staff for them to come back as soon as possible with. Also, it would be great to have the input, the formal input, amended input as we receive back from committees. So I really do appreciate the work Councillor Fry's done on this. And I certainly am not saying no, but I'm still waiting for staff to be able to report back on a childcare motion that we've set as priority since last March. So for that reason, I'm moving this referral motion forward.
We have a seconder. Second, Councillor Dominato. So we're over to an amendment queue. So, Dejanova, do you want to say anything? I have you on the queue here. Is that?
I mean, I think I stated most of my point. It really isn't that I don't support the work here, but I know how much work the rent bank has taken, and I know the good that it's done. As we've heard from the city manager, I also understand that the renter's office took a lot of staff work, and I really do want to see this done right. So this isn't something that I want not to come back to us, but at the same time, I would hate to see other motions that council has already approved. If this timeline had said 2021 or something beyond what we had budgeted for right now, I wouldn't be so concerned. But I do have a concern with that. So for that reason, I'm really trying to find a way to support this because I want to. Again, understand the limitations we have with staff and the number of motions they have to report back on childcare motion and spaces, for all of the funding that Mayor Stewart, you've been able to work with the province on. I think that it's important that we look at this realistically. So I hope in that spirit, Councillor Fry will accept the reason that I'm doing this, and I'm happy to also attend that meeting and pledge my full support for this if you wanted to move forward with a motion of the Arts and Culture Committee or ask them for a motion.
Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm not supporting this amendment. The end of Q4 2020 is not a number I just sort of pulled out of nowhere. I did actually speak quite extensively with staff about this. They fed back that this actually meets a demonstrated need. In fact, I did talk to the East Side Culture Crawl folks. They identified this as a need. Many practitioners have identified this as a need. Staff said that they would need at least 6 to 8 months to do the work to figure it out. So 6 to 8 months by my math means the end of 2020. And I think just referring it back doesn't really give the same sort of direction as actually asking this. I will also add that staff have identified that this does align with specifically the goal of expanding tools to prevent displacement and secure spaces. And that's identified in the Culture Shift strategy and the Making Spaces strategy. So it's already in the strategy, and it's definitely something that staff have expressed. There's an alignment with a lot of their objectives moving forward. So I won't be supporting the amendment to refer.
Thanks. That's it. So we can call a vote on this. Yep, on the amendment as opposed by Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Bly. That has failed with Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Sorry, let me see if I've got this right. Sorry, we're in a question queue. Just 1 second, Councillor Dejanova. I just want to make sure I'm on the right queue.
I was still speaking. Lisa, I like that. I'll strike through. I think that's.
So we're on the main motion, so we're on the main queue, and I have Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just couldn't understand. I ended on a referral. We voted on it. I thought it would come back to me, but sometimes the queues don't. So my apologies. That's why I thought that I would just finish my comments. I would like to ask that C be severed, and if this is passed, then I'd like to see sort of a work plan also for our motions, because Council has said that childcare is a priority. I know that there are a number of motions that have moved forward on schedule, but this also, I know, draws on community services, which is one of the departments that certainly right now we're hearing from staff. It's difficult to deliver in the time frame on motions because more and more motions come in the queue. So I would be really, really concerned if a motion that was supposed to be reported back on in March, like previous March, not this coming March, still isn't being reported on for affordable childcare in our city, because there's more and more that's being put on the plate of staff. And I've actually been very, I've been very careful about putting motions forward and have chosen not to put motions forward every meeting for that reason. So I would like to ask that C be severed, and I will not be voting in favor of C, and it's specifically because of the report date back. So I'm happy to support a report back and don't want to get into another amendment, but I won't be supporting it coming back in Q4 2020 if it slows down the work on some of these other important motions.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've sent an amendment into the clerks, and it's simply to strike B5 from the motion. And the impetus for that is to have us really, when we're looking at some of these initiatives, is to push to look at partnerships. So if we want to endeavor, and I know that the Vancouver Rent Bank is not run directly by the city, it's done by a nonprofit, and I suspect you could do something similar here, but to really push for third-party partners, whether it be, for example, Vancity, whether it be the Vancouver Foundation. I'm sure there's other organizations that would be interested, and to seed it that way. So you have an endowment essentially, but seeded through partnership instead of directly through city funds.
Okay, we need a mover for a seconder. Okay, thank you. We're on the amendment queue. Anybody want to speak to this one? Councillor Fry.
Well, I guess it's sort of a point of order. I think it's a bit nitpicky to add this as an amendment just by virtue of the fact that B6 talks about potential partnerships for capital and operations, and item 5, talking about seed capital, doesn't actually identify that it's coming from the city. It just asks to include, but not limited to, the Innovation Fund. So it's kind of open-ended, and it does talk about partnerships. So I'm going to say, is it even in order?
So you're asking me to rule if this is in order. Do you have a specific section by which it may not be in order? Just trying to move over to that practice.
Yeah, right. No. Okay. I can't name the number, but okay. Well, I'll just, rather than asking you to rule on it, I'll just say that I don't think it's. I think it's kind of redundant. And
okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I do support and I appreciate this amendment from Councillor Dominato. It does address some of my concerns, and I don't think it's nitpicky or redundant. I think it sends clearer direction to staff that we're looking for the opportunities to enable a cultural rent bank as opposed to take on the expense of running a cultural rent bank. And I think that's a really important distinction that the amendment by Councillor Dominato makes. And given the fact that we have a precedent, as the city manager had commented, with the Vancouver Rent Bank, it would make sense only to sort of pursue something similar and not continue adding. And that will give us the flexibility to take very limited city funds and put them into where I think the bigger need is. And I spoke to that earlier about availability and affordability of space. And so for that reason, I will support the amendment, and I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing it forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And this again, not to cast a shadow on anybody, but we are at 10 after 5 with a hard stop at 6 o'clock, and we still have a ton of stuff to get through. So I understand this is all important, and it's all your right to do. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Well, thanks. I just also support this, and I know maybe it's not the intention to not specifically add the word nonprofit, but considering the amount of effort that's been put into this motion, Councillor Fry, and I was trying to be supportive of it, to not see the word nonprofit in here as someone who also brings experience from the nonprofit sector, I think it certainly would add to context for this motion. For anyone reading the minutes 10, 15, 20 years, I don't even mean us down the road. So I thank Councillor Dominato for the amendment, and I will be supporting it.
You, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I will not support the amendment. I mean, it's a good idea to just ID where some startup funds might come from as staff move forward. And I think that a remainder of a 2019 Innovation Fund is a fine place to start. So I'll not support.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, City Manager.
I do just want to circle back. It's my recollection that the remaining innovation fund from 2019 was earmarked to the Auditor General report. So I don't know if just so that's what you're looking at. Is that what you're talking about? As one option. Okay. I just wanted to make sure Council was aware that allocation had been made.
Okay. So we have nobody on left. Oh, Councillor Dejanova on the queue.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would call then that clause, which would be number 5, then under section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw out of order. I don't want to call the whole motion out of order, although...
We're dealing with the amendment.
Oh,
now.
okay.
So let's...
All right. I think I'm back on the list, but that's my intention.
So let's just deal with the amendment, and then we get back to the main motion as amended. Okay, so on this amendment, we'll call the vote on this amendment, proposed amendment. And that fails with Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. And we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. For that reason, I would like to ask you to strike number 5, B5, as out of order because...
I can only strike whole motions.
Pardon?
I only strike whole motions, not clauses. So if you're asking me to rule...
Well, then I would say that this is out of order. You've actually, you have, Mr. Mayor, just taken a portion of motions before, but...
No, I either strike the whole motion, they come back. I do amendments sometimes, but as a whole motion, that's what I'd rule on.
You know what? I won't do that. But what I will do is I'm just going to use the rest of my time to submit an amendment right now that strikes Q4 2020 and replaces it with as So I've just sent this over the clerk. So I'm just asking the clerk to strike the words Q4 2020 and replace it with the words as soon as possible. And the reason for that, does the clerk have that? everyone should have that. I sent that to everyone. Again, I want to vote for this, but the motion that I'm waiting to hear back from staff on, well, we all are, it will be a staff report, is about affordable childcare in our city for working families. That goes hand in hand with what we're doing here to make living more affordable. And while I want this to also be done, I don't think that should be pushing back the time frame of other motions. I understand that staff are only human and can only report back considering what's on their plate. So I would hope that in good faith, Councillor Fry would understand that the reason that I'm putting this forward is simply because I wouldn't want to see other motions in the queue that haven't been reported back on in that time frame suffer, nor would I want to skew the transparency that this may not actually be reported back on in Q4 2020. Thank you.
Need a seconder for this one?
I said they're only human.
The seconder for this one? Going once, going twice. Don't hear seconder.
Oh.
Seconder, okay, on the amendment queue now. If anybody'd like to speak to this?
Taking up too much time, ironically arguing about time. I do want to just reference that I did fill in the staff input form and staff reported back, and it's there in the report. And they quite specifically say this work would need at least 6 to 8 months to fully report back. So this isn't an arbitrary number. That being said, if it will please Councillor DiGenova, I'm happy to accept the replacement of the words as soon as possible from the end of Q4.
Okay, so I don't see anybody else on the queue. Can we call a vote on this? Oh, I have Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate my comment around appreciating the spirit of the motion, but wanting to focus. And I'm just going to tell a quick little story because I know Councillor Fry likes stories. We got an email from the city manager today that indicated that senior staff are struggling to respond to, councillor questions when we send inquiries or otherwise because they are too inundated and busy with the work that council has already sent them. And we have 12 motions, according to my count, that we're about to call notice on tonight for the end of February's motion. So if we're at a point where, as a sitting councillor, I can't get an answer from senior staff because they don't have time to respond because council has overwhelmed them with work, and we are sending them motions that are not aligning with the most significant priorities because a 4-year term is very short. We're 1 year in. We know it takes time to deliver these projects. And I really would like this council to be able to stand up and show that we haven't just initiated a group of motions, but we have actually meaningfully finished and delivered some outcomes for the community. And I think that is a challenge here. I also think that the discussion around not striking the innovation fund language, and I appreciate the clarification of the city manager that we have already allocated that to the Attorney General, which is why I think accuracy in motions is really important. But I don't think that this is sending, as it's written, the right signal, and I suspect there may be an amendment coming from my right, around that council can play a role and city can play a role in enabling, but we don't have to take on and actually deliver everything. This is not our necessarily area of expertise, but we can facilitate getting something underway. And I think that's where the magic is. So I'll wait to see the amendment coming from Councillor Dominato, which might enable me to support it, but otherwise I do have concerns for the reasons stated, because we need to support the broader availability of space. Providing a short-term loan when somebody's in a hard circumstance for a month or a couple months is not going to make that space more affordable. It's just going to bridge them, and it's not going to change the material issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it for speakers on this. Oh, no, good, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just sending an amendment to the clerk, so I'll just take my time to do
Amendment to the amendment.
Nope.
Nope.
Sorry. Nope, sorry. We'll deal with that first, and then I'll send an amendment. Sorry. Thanks.
Just while we're waiting, remind council. No, you can amend the amendment. It's a separate one. Okay, just while we're here, council, just remind you that at 6 o'clock we have a hard stop. We have, looks like many notices of motion coming forward, which we probably won't get to now, and that means that will be delayed by weeks. So just thought I'd flag that for you as we move back to the main queue. Councillor DiGenova, did you have anything else?
Should I bury the agenda now? Okay, no, I'll try and get through this quickly.
So
I think I can vote on this if this is accepted.
Just 1 second, please. Am I... we should be voting on this amendment, right? Okay. Oh, there's still debate. Okay, so Councillor Dejanova, you have 30 seconds left. Do you have anything else you want to add to this?
No, I said no, so please vote my
okay.
timer.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we can call a vote on this amendment. Councillor Weep. Thanks, and that's passed with Councillor Boyle and Swanson in opposition. Okay, so we're back to looks like we're not on the main queue anymore, and we have an amended motion in front of us. Oh, Councillor Dominato.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just putting myself on the queue to move an amendment.
Okay.
And I'm just sending that in now. I'll speak to it while the clerks are bringing that up. And it is to propose, just to speak to it again, sorry, I've got to stand. I forgot. It's to direct staff to explore a model of utilizing seed funding for a cultural spaces rent bank from third parties such as civic and family foundations, as well as other interested partners. And because I think fundamentally some of the conversation we've been having today is about how do we be a leader? How do we be an enabler? But can we look to, as a first priority, look to partnerships, to look at seed funding from other organizations, and we've seen that before, and so I'm moving that as an additional amendment to the motion.
Okay, thank you. We need a seconder for this. Great, over to the amendment queue, and if anybody would like to speak to this, please go ahead, put yourself on the queue. Don't see anybody there, so I'm going to call for a vote on this. Councillor Weep. It's passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. The main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, so that's it. I don't see anybody else in the queue, and we can call for a vote on this amended motion. Councillor Swanson, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato. There we go. That's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. Yeah, Councillor Carr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing that we have a hard start at 6 o'clock, we have a section on notice of motion, inquiries and other matters. Many of those motions are related to the motions that will be going to the upcoming LMLGA and UBCM meetings. There is a hard deadline of those. If they are not considered at the next council meeting, they will not be able to be forwarded. I'm going to suggest that to refer items B5 through B8 to tomorrow's committee, standing committee, so that we can proceed to the inquiries, notice of motion, and other matters.
It would be, clerk, that would be the council after the standing committee? Right, number 5 has speakers.
Point of information.
Referred there anyway.
Just hold on a sec. Okay, so that we do have speakers on number 5, but that's okay. They would be referred over there. So 5. So the motion on the floor is referring 5 to 8. Motions 5 to 8 to tomorrow's standing committee. I have a seconder by Councillor Hardwick.
I have
And we'll move to the. I guess we can debate. 1 second. You just need the cue for that. So we're Councillor Carr. Do you have anything you want to
No, I've already said it.
Okay, I'm just not sure of this. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think that there are people here and have been here for some time for motion B6, and I'm just wondering, I agree with Councillor Carr that these motions, some of them for notice of motion especially, are time sensitive. I'm wondering if council could move a motion now to have notice of motion in new business inquiries and other matters considered at the council meeting following the standing committee meeting of council, which would hopefully be tomorrow.
Sorry, I don't understand.
I'm wondering if that's possible instead, if we could have notice of motion, new business, and other inquiries and matters. Could that come tomorrow when we reconvene in council to pass?
It might do, but we have to vote on this one first.
I'm just asking the question if it's even possible, because
Can we move that to? Right, we can't.
So
because it's not on the standing agenda for regular council meetings following standing committees.
But could, if this were to fail or Councillor Carr were to amend it, could we add it to the agenda for tomorrow?
I don't think so.
We often refer motions over, so that's why I wondered.
Motions, yes, but not standing items. Nope, so just conferring that's not possible. We have to deal with it in regular council meetings. Do you have anything else?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment with Council's goodwill to Councillor Carr's amendment that we vary the agenda to deal with notice of council member motions first now. We refer council member motions B5, 7, and 8 to tomorrow's committee meetings unfinished business, and with council's goodwill, time remaining after notices of motion, given that we have a number of community groups that are here to hear council's debate on motion B6, International Holocaust Remembrance Day, that we complete that if time allows prior to 6 p.m. today.
So are you proposing an amendment to the...
Yes, I am.
On the floor? Well, and what is the amendment? So what's on the floor right now is that would we refer motions 5 through 8 to the standing committee tomorrow? And you are...
I am asking to vary, I'm asking for 3 things, that we vary the agenda to the next item of business we hear is notice of council member motions, that we refer member motions 5, 7, and 8 to tomorrow's council committee, and that if we have time remaining today, that council complete member motion 6, given that we have a number of community groups today.
If I could suggest an alternative, is just that you actually just take out number 6 from the moving.
Sure. If that has the goodwill of council, I'm happy with that too.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is that we would just say 5, 7, and 8 gets moved to tomorrow, and we would just take 6 out of that batch. Second, okay, so we can move the amendment queue. Does anybody wish to speak to that? Okay, so we can vote on that. Councillor Swanson and Weeb. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. So now we are on to item 6, recognizing January. Right. Sorry, I have to go back to the main motion to refer. That was the amendment, and now we're back to the main motion to refer, which is, I'm trying to remember, am I on the right queue for speaking? Or we just vote? Yeah, I just want to make sure. So I'm going to clear the queue. If anybody wants to address this, please put yourself on the queue. Otherwise, we'll vote. Don't see anybody, so we'll call the vote. Councillor Carr and Kirby-Yung. Okay, that's passed. Thank you very much. And so now we're on to item 6. I have Councillor Swanson. What do you, no? Okay, thank you. So we have Councillor Kirby-Yung here to introduce. If you put yourself on the queue, that would be great. Thank you. So up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm very privileged, I'm feeling privileged to introduce this motion, which is titled Recognizing January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And I do want to acknowledge a number of community groups that have come to hear Council's discussion on this item, including the youth representative from Hill LBC. We also have the Jewish Community Center represented. We have leaders from CEJA, as well as the Vancouver Holocaust Education Center, community members, and I believe, if I'm correct, second-generation survivors. And so I know that they're respectful of Council's time, not signing up to speak, but they wanted to be here, and I wanted to acknowledge their presence. So I'll be brief in the introduction. In 2005, the UN General Assembly designated January 27th, which was the anniversary of the liberation of the largest Nazi concentration death camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau, as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And in fact, just this year in 2020, we observed the 75th anniversary of liberation. Council does have a number of days of commemoration, including for Black History Month, Chinese Lunar New Year, Pride, and most recently, a motion from Councillor Swanson on International Day Against Islamophobia. This day is really important because it condemns discrimination and violence based on religion or ethnicity. I would love to say that the need for remembrance is becoming less, but in fact, unfortunately, as our survivors pass and as we see increasing incidents of anti-Semitism, that is not the case. It is on the rise around Canada, and it is in Vancouver. Vancouver has a Jewish community which is more than 15,000 strong, who are very engaged in civic life. And huge contributors. And unfortunately, they are the largest victims of hate crimes. And we saw when the recent Stats Canada released the recent hate crime data that they are the most frequently targeted. In 2017, we saw 360 reported hate crimes against the Jewish community, one almost every single day. And then when we look at the 2018, we saw the number of hate crimes against the Jewish community rise from 61 to 141. And sadly, they are ahead of our LGBT community, our Muslim community, and our Black community in terms of being the recipient of those incidents. So I think that speaks very clearly to the concern that we have. And I just wanted to share a quote from a survivor that was shared with me. And that is that education holds the key to fostering the spirit of tolerance. The true way of living is found in being compassionate, learning from each other's differences, accepting the individuality of those around us, and creating a harmonious coexistence. And I think that those are words to really take to heart. And so I would hope that Council will unanimously support adding International Holocaust Remembrance Day to our official calendar of observances and have the community have the opportunity to have that officially commemorated here at City Hall as we have with other communities. Thank you.
We have questions up to 2 minutes. Thank you. That's seconded. We actually second yet, but any questions for Councillor Kirby-Yung? Okay, thanks. So we have a seconder, Councillor Dejanova, and for discussion, Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you want to say anything else? I just have you on the queue here.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I just was, it's just like a minor housekeeping. I submitted it to the clerk because I just had a moment to do that, Mr. Mayor, but I just wanted to add the word annually after proclamation. I'm hoping that Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I just thought about that now, and I just wanted to make sure that with your work here and the community coming out, I'm very thankful to the community and those who've joined us and stayed with us throughout the day. I just want to make sure that this is something that we're committing to annually and that it's set in the motion. So I've sent the amendment over to the clerk, so maybe Councillor Kirby-Yung, you'll second that and we can move forward with that.
Okay, so we're in an amendment queue. Does anybody else like to speak to this? Have you on the list, Councillor Swanson? Did you want to speak to this? No? Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this amendment of annually, adding annually? Councillor Dejanova, you want to speak to your annually?
I will be brief because I don't think that in 5 minutes there's adequate time to to actually convey how important I feel this is to our city, and not just our city, to the world. But I think that in trying to move forward, and especially considering we are a city of reconciliation, there is work that needs to be done. I think that was outlined in what Councillor Kirby-Yung has brought forward here and in her comments and remarks. And the unfortunate and shocking truth that I've learned, because so many of you have educated me, of the hatred that sadly the Jewish community still faces. I think that the more of us that stand together to make sure that not only is there remembrance, but that we acknowledge the unthinkable truths of the past. And this, I hope, will also be a way to move forward annually together. So I thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing this forward. I thank those of you in the community who have spent so much time with us as a council and with us as individuals, and for your commitment and the great value you bring and your community brings to our city. So thank you very much. Happy to support it.
Thanks very much. That's it for the speakers list. So we can have a vote on this amendment. We've called the vote, Councillor Swanson, so we're voting on adding the word annually. You did? Okay, I just saw you on the amendment queue, and I just wanted to make sure I got you there. Okay, so that's passed unanimously. Thank you. If Councillor Swanson, if you wanted to speak, put yourself on this list. Right, so we have Councillor Dejanova. Do you have anything else?
I can't take myself off the queue, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sure. Councillor Swanson, do you want to speak to this?
I just want to say I think it's really important that we're passing the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato.
Yes, like Councillor Swanson, and echo that, is I'd like to thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing forward this motion. I think I'll be very brief because I know we're running out of time, but I don't know that there are actually words to express the atrocities of the Holocaust and the damage it did, the terrible nature of some of our collective human history around this. And I think that Councillor Kirby-Yung made a very good point, is that as we lose some of our elders and survivors, actually it's incumbent upon us to remember, and I think that is what's really critically important about history, is that we remember and we learn from history. And so I appreciate her bringing this motion forward, and the recognition of, and that we do this annually in the recognition of the Holocaust. And so I just want to thank her for that, and thank all the members of the Jewish community for being here as well today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for speakers, so we can call a vote on this motion. That has passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. Okay, so now we're moving on to, as per our changes to the, we have notices of motions, right, for the upcoming council meetings. Again, this is just reading the title in. Councillor Swanson.
Yep, I have 3 here for February 25th. Declaring a homeless emergency, making an emergency plan to drastically reduce homelessness. That's submitted by me and Councillor Fry. The second one is universal no-cost coverage of prescription contraception, submitted by me and Councillor Boyle. And the third one is a follow-up to one that we passed, just pushing it on to the UBCM, reducing truck pollution in the Clark Knight corridor and other city streets, submitted by me.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I have one notice of motion titled Discriminatory Covenants, Language, and Encumbrances on Vancouver Land Titles.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
I also have a new business piece. Is this an appropriate time to?
After this, you can go to new business. Yep.
This is a separate thing. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I have 4 motions. One with Councillor Wiebe, relief and rehabilitation of aggressive dog designation. support for an East Side Arts District, equitable public amenities and DCL waiver and rental rezoning hot zones, and another one with Councillor Wiebe for LMLGA, accessibility funding and guarantees for passenger-directed vehicles in British Columbia.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I have 4 motions. I'm giving notice on 4 motions. All of them are intended to go to the LMLGA and UBCM. The first is re-examining municipal pension plan divestment. The second, co-sponsored with Councillor Fry, is BC Clean Kilometre Act for ride-hailing fleets. The third, co-sponsored with Councillor Wiebe, is provincial tools for building energy benchmarking. And the fourth is provincial enabling of property-assessed clean energy, PACE, financing by local governments.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I have two notices of motion. One, I just want to make sure that Council is aware I did call notice on it for the February 25th meeting, so I'm just doing that again. Understanding that staff comment process is optional, I still decided to go through it. So that is unintended consequences, reconsideration of a council direction that may affect housing in the City of Vancouver. And the second one is titled Childcare for All Working Families in the City of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I only have one.
Whoa. You got time. You can throw in a few more.
And that is strengthening representative democratic practices in the City of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Dejanova. Sorry, Councillor Dominato, because I have a motion to read into the record, which is limiting the 2021 property tax rate increase to no more than 5%. Over to Councillor Bly.
Mic drop. I have one motion, not as good as that one. Yeah. What's that? Price is Right. Okay, so I have one motion toward best practices in civic governance, clarifying council's role as an elected board.
Thank you very much, and we've made it through that list. We are now on to new business inquiries. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I do have a matter, an inquiry that arises out of an incredible event that I attended this past weekend, which was the public announcement of the results of the first participatory budgeting that we've done in the city, which is in the West End, which is spending $100,000 arising out of the extra parking fees that have been generated within the West End. There were 8,600 people that voted. The volunteers and staff that pulled that voting process together actually concentrated within a 10-day period. It was unbelievably intense. There were ballot boxes and all sorts of places within the community. It was such an incredibly exciting process. I went to the event on Saturday, and there was only one thing that came up that was problematic, and that's where the basis of my inquiry is, and that is that there were a number of people who came up to me, and not just a few, but a number, like a large number, who expressed concern that one of the projects, and everybody who voted, if you weren't in West End, or you got a chance to vote, there were 13 projects, and you had 4 that you could vote for, and whichever ones won, it was with the greatest number of votes. But one of the projects that did win, so it was one of the top 4, was repairing sidewalks, street sidewalks. And there was another project that actually was ranked higher, but it just cost a bit more, and it couldn't get included because it went over the budgeted amount, so it was knocked out of the list, and that was creating a West End food hub. And a lot of people said, why is the city not, as a matter of due course, repairing sidewalks? And are there other neighborhoods in the city that would have sidewalks that need repair that would just get them repaired because it's part of the engineering budget?
And why did this have to come out of our budget? So it is an inquiry, and it's a request of staff to pursue this, to pursue the question that's raised by the public to me, which is why is not the repair of sidewalks a matter of due course within a community?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I'm happy to address this. As you know, this is the participatory budgeting project. Is our first time doing this, so I'm really glad that it was a positive experience and hearing a lot of positive response from the community. So that's very exciting. Regarding the addition of the sidewalks, firstly, the sidewalks were added by the community as part of the participatory budgeting process. So they weren't put on by the city. Right. They were put on by the community. We, staff, have a pretty rigid criteria that we evaluate safety risks and condition of the sidewalk. We have about $1 million in the capital plan each year we put into repairing sidewalks. We use that criteria citywide to prioritize which sidewalks need to be repaired. So I presume that the sidewalks they're interested in having repaired don't meet the safety criteria that would trigger those repairs, as we're focusing on ones that are probably more damaged across the city. So that's how it ends up being, that they're not currently having them repaired outside of the participatory budgeting process. But this is kind of one of the cool things about participatory budgeting, is we get to hear from them what their priorities are, and then get to allocate resources and fix the things that they want fixed. So I think then in some ways this is what it's intended to do.
Okay. I'm hopeful that maybe, well, anyway, thank you for that answer. I appreciate that, and the community, I think, will appreciate hearing the answer too.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, and very excited to hear the report back that we're expecting on the participatory budgeting. I have two pieces here. One, and I'm really sorry about this, but I had earlier flagged some changes to the preamble on the election finance. It was just some basic housekeeping, a typo on the date. And I forgot to add that at the end to change the whereas. With a nod from our clerk, perhaps we can do that tomorrow? With a nod from our clerk, if that's going to be okay, or do we have to do it now?
Only be done in today's meeting.
It must be done in today's meeting? Okay, so let's do it then. Can I make a motion is it a motion to reconsider, or can we just add it?
Reconsider. Okay,
so sorry to do this, guys. I missed it. We were so busy with all that stuff.
Sure that you do
motion to.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so can I?
Motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the election finance, just to add the changes to the whereas preamble that I'd circulated earlier.
Okay, seconded. Seconded from Councillor Wiebe. It's just going to come up on screen now.
I did.
Okay, so we need a vote to reconsider. So it's seconded. I don't think we have a debate on that. We just all in favor of reconsidering. Anybody opposed? Nobody opposed. So we're reconsidering. So the text, we would move that. We need an amendment to add. What are you changing? It's in red. Is it in red? Is what you're changing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we have a seconder. So all in favor of these two minor text changes? Any opposed? That's fine. Thanks very much. So that's good. And
that was easy.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Well, we're on a roll
thing today.
So, and I just wanted to share that I was as council liaison to the Vancouver City Planning Commission. I did attend the VCPC Milestones event last week. Councillor Bly was also there, although lurking in the shadows, and I didn't actually get a chance to see her. But I just wanted to share with you what the VCPC milestones were. The approval of the city's Rain City strategy was one of them. The climate emergency response. These are the milestones for 2019 climate emergency response. The expropriation of the region and the Balmoral. The culture shift, arts and culture plan, and the development of Sanok. And it was a robust conversation, and I just thought I'd share with you what that also folks were very appreciative of this new council, and I know that we take a lot of time, and sometimes it seems like we take too much time, but folks seem to be watching, and they do appreciate the work and the hard work that we do and the real spirit of collaboration and cooperation that they see exemplified by this mayor and council. And I just thought I'd share with you that sometimes we might not see it, but other people are. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Isanova?
I can speak to new business after we vote on this. Sorry.
After we,
Oh, we have to vote on this, I assume, first. Sorry.
it's all voted.
Okay.
You're on
Just
the,
wanted to make
you
sure.
get the queue.
Sorry,
Yep.
my voting queue was for some reason still up. I know I had voted.
Okay.
I have a piece of new business
Okay.
that I have sent in to the clerk, and it is request for leave of absence for me from April the 25th to April the 28th for civic business.
Okay.
And I just wanted to note that it would be I've recently received information from the chair of the Metro Vancouver Board that from the Housing Committee applicants that I've been selected to attend the American Planning Association conference as a member of the Housing Committee. So that's where I will be during the 25th to the 28th.
Thanks very much. Councillor Delminato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I just have a couple of inquiries through you to staff, just a couple of them. So one is if we could get a report back to council on development application signage. I've noted recently that development application signage has been put up on sort of roofs at the top of buildings, and so that's not visible for the public if they're pedestrians. And so if that could be just looked at, so some consistency, because that is one of the ways that people do know that there is a development application. The second item is with respect to the city auditor, which I believe is KPMG. We recently received a report outlining the auditor's plans for the coming year. And in my board experience, we had auditors come to our board to present not only their findings of their audit, but also their planning for the future year to inform the board. So I'd like if the city manager could report back to us in terms of the practice or at the municipal level, because I don't think we've had that in the past. I know we've got the report via email. Lastly, also through you to the city manager, if we could get an outline around practice around operating budget updates. Again, from my board experience, we had quarterly updates to our board around the operating budget. We do have that for our capital budgets here, but not operating. We do have a forecast, but that's at the 6-month point. So I'm just curious if we could get a report back on that in terms of municipal practice. I understand some municipalities do it 3 times a year, and I'd appreciate an update on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby?
Thank you. I had one item of new business, and that was a request for leave of absence for civic business that the clerk had, or at least I was told staff had submitted. I just want to confirm they have it. It was for February 26th from 3 to 6 p.m. and April 1st also for the afternoon from 1 to 5 p.m. So that's my first item.
We don't have to vote on those, right?
Okay. And then another item of new business, I just wanted to note that I had the opportunity to attend a taping of the Eastern version of CBC's On the Coast show, which took place at Floater last night with a number of members from the Chinese community. And it's part of CBC On the Coast Eastern traveling around the country to look at core issues. One of that includes a sort of an examination of various Chinatowns with a particular focus and interest on Vancouver's. And I just wanted to share the feedback that came from, and I think we're hearing it loud and clear, Councillor Fry, I know, has been in a number of meetings and heard this as well, sort of a growing frustration about the real challenges and systemic issues that are facing Chinatown and the need for the city to balance its longer-term work in terms of looking at a UNESCO application or mapping the cultural assets of Chinatown with the fact that this community is really feeling it needs some immediate relief. And there were some noteworthy comments made by Matt Galloway, the host, who said that even in the course of touring, they had seen some of the work the city was trying to do to keep that sense of community and vibrancy and overcome a lot of the issues, such as the murals and the series of art that had been done. And in walking around, they saw that one of those murals had been defaced with graffiti. And then this morning, we saw reports of the word poo being written actually in human feces across the walls of Sun Yat-sen Gardens. And so I think the community is really crying out for some shorter term support. I know that council has taken some steps such as increasing the number of police officers, and we were able to deploy some resources there, and we had the street cleaning grants yesterday. But I think that the sentiment was really very strong and very prevalent from the community. And I just wanted to share that and draw that to Council's attention, that I think we really need to start balancing providing some support for that community in the short term so that we can actually sustain them and as we work on the longer term strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, if I can turn the chair over to you while I just have to request an LOA for tomorrow from February 12th, February 12th from 9:30 to noon for civic business. Thank you very much. And the other thing I just wanted to pass along, I was at the Big City Mayors Conference last week. I was at Wednesday, I was meeting with ministers on behalf of TransLink, trying to get funding. But the next day I went to the Big City Mayors Conference, and I would say every single minister that came in to talk to us talked about Vancouver. They talked about our response to the opioid crisis. They talked about temporary modular housing. They talked about the incentives we were giving for rental. It was like I could feel all the mayors just staring at me going, with jealousy, because we had this parade of everybody from the Prime Minister to the Housing Minister to the Finance Minister talking about what a great job and how we were innovating out here, which was kind of shocking. We're kind of in this every day, but the country is noticing. They're facing a lot of the same problems we have. So a lot of it is what we do in this council, but a lot of it's also to do with staff innovation. So temporary modular housing, the Housing Minister couldn't keep quiet about it. He should be coming out. He's a new housing minister. He should be coming out again next month. And I'm hopeful that this will actually bring more funding with it. So, I mean, all the slogging away we do here, it's paying off nationally. Again, we need the bucks to come with it, but just wanted to pass that along. And we have a whole bunch of mayors out here for the Globe Conference too, and they're wandering around looking at all the stuff that we're doing. So just good work, everybody. And thanks for your work today, and I think I'll take the chair back now, and if I don't see anybody else on the list, we can move to adjourn. Thank you. Seconded. All in favor? And any opposed? Nope, we're done. We're adjourned. Stretch your legs for 1 minute. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. No, it's not very long, is it? I would rather. I'm just going to shut this down. So. Do you need to be on here? Do you need the computer?
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay. Step out of the limelight.